Muito bom dia a todos. Dia tão interessante, não é? Very good morning to all. Welcome to this room this morning. Muy buenos días a todos, bem-vindos. Les queria pedir su colaboración para tomarem asiento, por favor.
Please take your seats. We would like to confirm the quorum. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, we have quorum. We can start the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. If I could ask everybody, if I could ask Madame Director to take her seat.
I don't know.
Ready?
Ready.
Good. Today.
Not the whole time. Okay. Hello. Buenos dias. Bom dia, bon matin. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to use an analogy we've been discussing the last couple of days, welcome to the boxing match. We're going to be starting with the undercard, two elections, followed by the main event And welcome to Dr. Tedros for being with us. And for Carissa to be here to oversee her own demise. How's that? With a smiling face, I like that. Okay, we're going to be starting with item 6.1. The selection of one member state from the region of the Americas entitled to designate a person to serve on the joint coordinating board of the UNICEF, UNDP, World Bank, WHO Special Program for Research and Training in Tropical Diseases. This is document CSP 30/17. I'd like to ask the secretary to present the item and report on the statutory provisions concerning this item. Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, everyone. The Special Program for Research and Training in Tropical Diseases, TDR, is a global program of international technical cooperation managed by the World Health Organization and co-sponsored by the United Nations Development Program, UNICEF, and the World Bank to develop new tools for the prevention and control of tropical diseases and to strengthen the research capabilities of the affected countries. The TDR is the most important administrative body of the special program. It consists of 30 members. 12 government representatives are selected by the WHO regional committees from among those countries directly affected by the diseases dealt with by the special program, or from among those providing technical or scientific support to the special program. See paragraph 222 of the Memorandum of Understanding. One vacancy will occur in the region of the Americas on January 1st, 2023, when the term of the Office of Ecuador has expired. The Pan American Sanitary Conference, acting in its capacity as the regional committee of WHO for the Americas, is requested to select one member state entitled to designate a person to serve on the TDR Joint Coordinating Board for a 3-year term commencing on January 1st, 2023. Any member state from the region is eligible for this selection. If the number of candidates does not exceed the number of vacancies, Rule 52 of the Rules of Procedure states, elections shall normally be held by secret ballot, except as concerns the elections of an ad interim director when the number of candidates for the elective office does not exceed the number of offices to be filled. No ballot shall be required, and such candidates shall be declared elected. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Lou. So I think as most delegations, if not all of you know, I refer to the head of delegation meeting on this matter that took place recently. And at that time, it was known that there were 2 candidates for this single position. Both Cuba and Guatemala had expressed an interest in this. And so I'd like to ask either of those 2 member states if they would like to speak to this item. I recognize Cuba, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Cuba, as an active member of this special program for research and training in tropical diseases, is very much committed to ensuring that this work will be effective and innovating. We very much laud what has been done in the past, because those who have suffered from these infectious diseases are very well aware that it's innovation and this kind of research that is the way forward to increase the resilience in populations that are vulnerable. We have worked very closely in the past with prestigious researchers of member states, and we're very pleased with the work that has been carried out. which has certainly been translated into effective improvements in health in the field, on the ground. We very much believe in this special program to ensure that universal health become a reality for the populations of all of our countries. Nonetheless, given the unity that persists in this PAHO as a gesture of goodwill and very close collaboration with the authorities in health of Guatemala, we hereby withdraw our candidacy to the TDR, and we wish the Guatemalan candidate every success. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Cuba. That was a very kind gesture. So Guatemala, would you like to speak?
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me, in the first place, of course, express our thanks to the government and the authorities of Cuba, which has taken this position for the sake of consensus and technical support, giving space not only to Guatemala, but indeed to the whole of Central America. We are very touched by the gesture and value it greatly. And you may be sure that you have my full commitment, that of my country, to continue working in a coordinated and an effective manner with all of the researchers and others who make the success of this group. This we see as important not only to us, but to the organization as long. You could count on us. Thank you.
Gracias, Guatemala. And I want to thank Ecuador as well for their previous service in this role. And of course, like with all of our activities, I know that Guatemala in this new role, once we confirm it, we'll be keeping all the members of the conference informed on developments and discussions of this board as the representative from the Americas. So I'd like to report to the conference that since there is only one candidate, pursuant to Article 52 of the Rules of Procedure of the conference, Guatemala is designated to serve on the Joint Coordinating Board of UNICEF, UNDP, World Bank, and the WHO, the Special Program for Research and Training in Tropical Diseases. There's no need to adopt a resolution on this item. The designation will appear as a decision in the final report. Congratulations, Guatemala. Okay, I'd like to move now to item 3.4, the election of 3 member states to the Executive Committee on the expiration of the periods of office of Costa Rica, Haiti, and Mexico. Again, this is document CSP 30/5. I'd like to report that the nominations, there is no, we have an equal match here between three countries leaving and 3 joining. The nominations of Chile, United States, and Uruguay were received. I yield the floor to the Secretary to present the item, report to the conference on the statutory provisions concerning this item.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Executive Committee, under the Constitution, is composed of 9 members of the organization, which are elected by the conference or the council for overlapping periods of 3 years. This year, it is incumbent upon the conference to elect 3 member states to replace, as the president said, Costa Rica, Haiti, and Mexico, whose terms on the committee have expired. I would also like to explain that although France, the Kingdom of the Netherlands, and the United Kingdom may participate in the voting, in accordance with Rule 58 of the Rules of Procedure of the conference, they are not eligible for membership on the Executive Committee. Associate members and observer states are not entitled to vote and are not eligible for election to the Executive Committee. The only other member states not eligible for election this year are the 3 outgoing member states of the Executive Committee, which are Costa Rica, Haiti, and Mexico, because every member leaving the committee must remain off the Executive Committee for at least 1 year before being eligible for re-election. And of course, the continuing members of the committee, that is Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Cuba, Jamaica, and Suriname, are also not eligible for elections. If the number of candidates does not exceed the number of vacancies, Rule 52 of the Rules of Procedure of the Conference applies. Rule 52 states, elections shall normally be held by secret ballot, except as concerns the election of the director when the number of candidates for elective office does not exceed the number of offices to be filled. No ballot shall be required, and such candidates shall be declared elected. And Rule 59 states, the term of office of the members elected to the committee shall begin immediately after their election and shall continue until their successors are elected in accordance with Article 15, Paragraph A of the Constitution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Many thanks, Madam Secretary. I'd like to inform the conference that since there are only 3 candidates pursuant to Article 52, Chile, United States of America, and Uruguay, I would like to confirm the consensus of the conference that these 3 member states will be elected to the executive committee. There is a resolution associated with this item, so I'd like to ask the rapporteur to present that proposed resolution.
Sí, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Proposed resolution, election of 3 member states to the executive committee on the expiration of the periods of office of Costa Rica, Haiti, and Mexico. The 30th Pan American Sanitary Conference, preambular paragraph 1. Bearing in mind the provision of Articles 4D and 15A of the Constitution of the Pan American Health Organization, preambular paragraph 2, considering that Chile, the United States of America, and Uruguay were elected to serve on the executive committee upon the expiration of the periods of the office of Costa Rica, Haiti, and Mexico, resolves, operational paragraph 1, to declare Chile, the United States of America, and Uruguay elected to membership on the executive committee for a period of 3 years. Operative paragraph 2, to thank Costa Rica, Haiti, and Mexico for the services rendered to the organization during the past 3 years by their delegates on the executive committee. That is the proposed resolution, sir. Thank you.
Gracias, Madame Rapporteur. So if there are no objections, I declare the resolution adopted. Just to note that the executive committee, with its additional new members, will be meeting at the conclusion of the conference at the end of this week. And as we all know, and in the true nature of the inclusiveness that PAHO is, whether you're invited to the party or not, you all get to come. So I'm sure many other delegations will also be at the meeting of the executive committee on Friday. So now we're turning to the main event. Item 3.3, the election of the director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, nomination of the regional director of the World Health Organization for the Americas. I asked a couple of colleagues here in the Secretariat in the 120-year history of PAHO how many elections of directors there have been. And the answer is we don't know. But what is true is that until not too long ago, a director could be elected on a 4-year term, I think it was, but had an indefinite renewal capacity. So there were some directors that served decades as the director of this organization. But now we obviously have a system where it's for a 5-year term. renewable for one time. And my good friend Carissa Etienne has reached her 10-year limit, so this is why we're having this election now. I'd like to bring document CSP 30/4 to the attention of the conference. Inform you that the election of the next director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau will be held by secret ballot, which you're wondering when you see a very clear box in front of you, how secret it will be, but it will be, don't worry, in accordance with the rules of procedure of the conference. I would like to invite PSSB legal counsel, Dr. Heidi Jimenez, to inform the conference about the applicable rules and voting procedures for this election. Heidi, over to you.
Good morning to everybody. Mr. President, delegates, Madam Director, Mr. Director General, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is truly a pleasure for me to be making this brief presentation to you this morning regarding the applicable rules. By way of background, I'd like to start making reference to the framework pursuant to which the election of the director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau is conducted. Article 21, paragraph A of PAHO's Constitution provides that the director of the Bureau shall be elected at the Pan American Sanitary Conference by a vote of a majority of members and participating states of the organization. The director shall hold office for a period of 5 years, which may not be re-elected more than once. Accordingly, the present director was elected in 2012 at the 28th Pan American Sanitary Conference to serve for a period of 5 years and was re-elected at the 29th Pan American Sanitary Conference in 2012 to serve a second 5-year term, which is due to end this January 31st, 2023. It is therefore incumbent upon this 30th Pan American Sanitary Conference to elect a new director for a period of 5 years, beginning on February 1st, 2023, and ending on January 31st, 2023. Therefore, it is thereafter, the conference will submit the name of the person elected to the Executive Board of the World Health Organization for appointment as Regional Director of WHO for the region of the Americas. This slide outlines the applicable rules for the election of the Director of the Bureau. I note that all delegations have received a copy of PAHO's Basic Documents publication, this blue book, which contains all of the documents and rules that are referenced in my presentation. As mentioned before, Article 21, paragraph A of PAHO's Constitution establishes that the director of the Bureau shall be elected at the conference by a vote of a majority of members of the organization. The rules of procedure of the Pan American Sanitary Conference delineate the voting process for all elections. Specifically, Rule 52 and Rule 56 stipulate that the director must be elected by secret ballot and that the president of the conference must designate 2 tellers to tally the vote. In terms of eligibility to vote, Rule 47 of the Rules of Procedure provides that each member state and participating state of the organization shall have the right to one vote. Rule 26 further stipulates that associate members participate equally with members in sessions of the conference, but without the right to vote. The majority required is also established in Rule 47 of the Rules of Procedure of the Conference, which provides that in the case of the election of the director, a majority is any number of votes greater than half the number of members of the organization. This means that the majority required to elect a director is calculated based on the number of member states and participating states of the organization. In other words, this majority is based on the fixed membership of the organization and not on the number of states present and voting, which would otherwise be applicable to all other elections. There being 38 member states in PAHO, the required majority for this election is any number of votes greater than 1/2 of 38, which is 20 votes or more. At this point, it is important to clarify that the majority needed to elect a director is not affected by the fact that any one member state may have been subject to the suspension of voting rights because of the application of Article 6B. Again, the majority required to elect a director of the Bureau is fixed at 20 based on the number of member states and participating states of the organization. In this slide, I will explain the rounds of voting. If in the first round, no candidate receives the required majority of 20 votes or more, Rule 56 of the Rules of Procedure of the Conference describes the sequence of balloting that would take place until a candidate is elected. After the first round, the second round of balloting would be conducted in the same manner as the first round. The first and second rounds of balloting are called unrestricted rounds because the names of all candidates that are vying for the post and have not withdrawn the candidacy up to this point would be included in the first and second round. However, if after the second round of unrestricted balloting, no candidate receives the required majority, a third round of balloting shall be conducted, restricted to the two candidates who received the largest number of votes in the second round. This means that if a third round of balloting is required, it will be restricted to only two candidates. If no one receives the required majority in the third round, then another fourth round of balloting would take place, again restricted to the same two candidates as in the third round. If no candidate receives the required majority of votes after the fourth round of balloting, then two unrestricted rounds and two restricted rounds of balloting shall be taken alternately until a candidate is elected. Now, in this slide, you can see what the ballot will look like. Please note that ballots of different colors will be used if multiple rounds of voting are necessary. Rule 55 of the Rules of Procedures describe those ballots that will be considered null and void. It states, in an election, each member state and participating state unless it abstains, shall vote for that number of candidates equal to or less than the number of elected places to be filled. Any ballot on which there are more names than there are elected places to be filled, or on which the name of any candidate appears more than once, or which is illegible or signed, or which reveals the identity of the voter, shall be considered null and void. Therefore, in this election, any ballot with more than one name on it, or which repeats the name of a candidate, or is illegible, signed, or which identifies the voter, shall be considered null and void. Ballots that are null and void will be regarded as not voting, and therefore would not affect the required majority of 20 votes or more. Finally, I wish to remind member states of the names of the candidates that are running for office. I shall list them in alphabetical order. Number 1, Dr. Camilo Aline, nominated by the government of Panama. Number 2, Dr. Jarbas Barbosa da Silva Jr., nominated by the government of Brazil. Number 3, Dr. Florence Duperral Guillaume, nominated by the government of Haiti. Number 4, Dr. Nadine Flora Gassman Silverman, nominated by the government of Mexico. And number 5, Dr. Daniel Salinas, nominated by the government of Uruguay. I shall leave this slide on throughout the entire voting process so that delegates have the names readily accessible. Again, please remember to clearly write the name of only one candidate. Please do not write the person's country, only the name. And please do not identify yourself or your delegation in the ballot. Mr. President, this concludes my presentation, and I would be pleased to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jimenez. Are there any questions from delegations? Seeing none, I think we can proceed to the next step. I will indicate that I think we will be keeping this slide on the screen, correct? So the people who want to make sure that they spell the name correctly have it in front of them. And if you get one letter wrong, don't worry, it won't spoil your ballot. Okay, so in accordance with Article 52 of the Rules of Procedure, I name the following two tellers to oversee the vote: the delegate of Curaçao and the delegate of Puerto Rico, and I invite them to the tellers table. Look at that. They're coming up completely lockstep. It's pretty good. Thank you. So at this point, before the voting begins, I'll ask the Secretariat to escort our 5 candidates out of the room to await the results of the vote or votes. Just one more minute, please. So waiting to make sure that every member state delegate is here present for voting. Okay, ready to go. And the timing is perfect. The air conditioning has stopped here on the dais. Otherwise, I was going to say the outcome will be whichever comes first, majority elected or us turning into icicles here on the podium. Okay, I remind the conference that the member states and participating states of PAHO shall elect the next director from a following 5 candidates that you see listed on the screen. Before we start voting, I would like to inform the conference that if multiple rounds of voting are necessary, we will be taking a 10-minute break between the rounds. This will allow member states to carry out necessary consultations. I will be relatively strict with time, so 10 and at the most 15 minutes between rounds. I now invite the tellers to choose the color of the ballots that will be used and invite the secretary to distribute these ballots to the member states and participating states eligible to vote. The secretary will then call on the delegates in alphabetical order to deposit their ballot in the transparent ballot box that is on top of the teller's table. Just a reminder that you only get one. Does every member state, participating state, voting member have a ballot? Anyone not have a ballot? Okay, once you fill in the name of your preferred candidate, please fold your ballot in half. And then when you bring it up, as the secretary will announce you in alphabetical, I think it's in alphabetical English order, secretary. Then you can come up and deposit your ballot. Okay, Madam Secretary. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. President. To begin, Antigua and Barbuda, Argentina, Bahamas, Barbados, Belize, Bolivia, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Cuba, Dominica, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, El Salvador, France, Grenada, Guatemala, Guyana, Haiti, Honduras, Jamaica, Mexico, the Netherlands, Nicaragua, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Suriname, Trinidad and Tobago, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, United States of America, Uruguay.
So as all delegates have seen, there's a photographic record of you providing your ballots, and at the end of the day, we'll be able to distribute those photos to all those who are interested. Okay, I think everybody has voted. And tellers, will you please take and tabulate the ballots? Dr. Tedros, I know you weren't in the room in Geneva, but you have to say that this is a much quicker and faster exercise than was the case in Geneva. But you weren't in the room at the time, so I appreciate that. If I could ask delegates to sit down, please. So I'm going to recognize Mexico in a second on, I guess, what we'd call in a parliamentary sense a point of order. I will, and since I know something about the issue has been described to me, I will remind all delegations that we have a similar procedure that existed at the WHA in Geneva just a few months ago, as far as how the ballots are counted. And in fact, it's been the same in previous PAHO elections as well. But that being said, I recognize the representative of Mexico.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
En la Asamblea Mundial de la Salud en
At the
Geneva,
World Health Assembly in Geneva, indeed,
el procedimiento fuera más tortuoso porque
we
fuera un número
really
de
might say that the
mayor.
procedure was even a little more tortuous. There are perhaps greater number of votes. There are 38 here, and we think that the most convenient to ensure transparency of the process would be to read out in real time each one of the votes. The ideal would have been every time a ballot were cast, that it would immediately be read out. We understand that the votes are being organized, but under the visibility of the public. But since votes can be canceled, should there be any notation on them, as you pointed out, it is worrisome to us that that might not be perhaps guarded against. We would hope that we move forward in real time, reading out the ballots as they are cast. We think this would be expeditious for all concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Mexico. Legal counsel may offer additional comments. But I think we've all had a description of the rules of procedure and how this works. I also think that the interests of transparency, in fact, are being met through the very open process that we had for people casting their ballots and for the visibility of the tellers counting the ballots, for the oversight of the Secretariat, and particularly the neutral Secretariat, let me emphasize, and in particular, the legal counsel overseeing the counting of the ballots by the tellers. The tellers were recounting the ballots, I think once or twice, if not even 3 times, to ensure that the count was right. And they will be advising legal counsel and myself in turn if there are any inconsistencies with the ballots, any spoiled ballots, any aspects like that that can be reflected back to member states. And I think on that basis, I think we should be confident of the transparency of the process and the honesty of the process. The risk of counting of each ballot that's pulled out is that people try to calculate which was the member state that cast that ballot. And I don't think it's the appropriate and that we should be into that kind of guessing game. I think after the fact, if there are any concerns about the procedures, and during a break, depending on the outcome of this ballot, I'm sure that discussions can take place between the Secretariat and any member state regarding the process. Legal counsel, any additional words?
Hello? Sorry. Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, to clarify specifically, Rule 52 of the Rules of Procedure specify that tellers shall be designated by the president to tally the vote. So it is up to the tellers they're the ones that are entrusted with, under the rules, with the responsibility of counting the votes. In this particular case, we were careful to designate tellers from member states, from associate members that do not vote. We are carefully overseeing the count. The reason why we held it back a little bit, I will be perfectly honest with you, because we felt that from the head table, there might be others looking upon the counting, and also because the light is in our face. The light from the projection is in our face, so we couldn't really see it that well. so they pushed it to the side. The transparency is guaranteed by member states. We can move the table over here if you wish. Again, but that then we were trying to maintain the responsibility of the tellers as clearly as possible. Moving the table is not a problem if that makes everybody happier. But other than that, like I said, the transparency is guaranteed by the fact that there are 2 tellers designated specifically for that. I myself, I'm also overseeing the process. Any question that you may have, once we count the votes, all of the information is going to be read out. We would be more than happy to answer any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, legal counsel. I'm hopeful that we do not need to engage in a lengthy discussion on this matter. Are there any other questions? I recognize Chile, but I also want to emphasize that I would hope that we're able to address this matter in expeditious way. Chile, please.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Chair. We want to second Mexico's request. We understand that no one is doubting the transparency of the procedure, but it would be a guarantee to all of us here, and to avoid any possible question, to maybe, as was mentioned, to move the table right in the middle so that everybody has their eyes on it. Thank you.
Okay, table's going to get moved. No, not everywhere. Colleagues. So we have the tellers directly in front of the dais, directly in front of me, overseen by legal counsel. They can one more time calculate the ballots and then provide the results. Are member states satisfied with this arrangement? Thank you. Okay.
Remove them from the United States and Brazil. United States and Brazil.
Okay.
So just remove the extra.
I recognize the United States followed by Brazil, but I really want to emphasize that we should not be spending a very long time trying to solve what should be a relatively straightforward process. Thank you. United States, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, this is just a comment, just recognizing that to sort of resolve this issue, that multiple people suddenly were involved and around the space of the tellers. And so I just wanted to clarify with Madam Presenter, or the person overseeing this process, that you're assured of who was involved in moving the table and the votes, and making sure that everyone is comfortable with what just transpired.
No, it's fine. Thank you, United States. I think we are all witnessing and watching the movement of the table. And that there were extra ballots that were removed from the table. You showed them, legal counsel. You want to just display those? Yeah. 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 38 ballots were distributed. There were 37 ballots were distributed. We had 40 and there are 3 blank ones. So these are the 3 blank ones that have been removed. So we have 37 on the table.
It was simply a process question, honestly, and I wanted everyone to be clear and comfortable. That was just my request.
Yeah, here.
His flag up.
Brazil, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Brazil would like to register the fact that the vision of the table is the same as the count. We see that other delegations that have candidates in the running, those candidates and those delegations now have a privileged position of the counting. The best thing would be for all countries that have candidates should be in the same position and have the same view of the counting of those ballots.
Check 1 2 1 2 1 2 1.
If I could have the attention of the room, please. I would just like to ask all delegations, and in particular, every delegation, in particular those who are obviously have candidates. Are any of you indicating non-confidence in the process of voting? Is that your indication?
Hello. No se trata de.
No, it's not about non-confidence. It's about the fact that electoral processes must offer the guarantees of transparency for the peace of mind of all concerned, and particularly those countries that are in the running. And in that regard, then, the fact that it is entirely visible what is happening is certainly a step forward, and we very much appreciate. Might I have silence, says the speaker? So it's already a step forward that we've moved the table, but in that same regard, Chair, the proposal of Brazil that there be a representative for each one of the countries in the running, accompanying the electoral table, the teller's table, would simply be, in my judgment, an increased guarantee of this function that we are celebrating. And frankly, I think it's a good idea.
So we need to balance two equally important considerations. One is the transparency of the process. And the second is the integrity of the process, including what a secret ballot means, which means that each member state is able to provide or to offer or to indicate their preference in a secret way so that nobody else knows who else voted what. I think that's exactly how the process works and needs to work. So if member states prefer, we can project a video onto the teller so that everybody, no matter where they're sitting, can see the front of the room at the same way someone at the front of the room can see. Okay.
The integrity is under question.
So we're at the moment where the tellers are reconsidering whether or not they wish to continue to participate in this process. Is this what the room would like to see happen, or can we come to some kind of agreement on how to proceed here? Let us be clear that the process for the voting has been known well before today by every member delegation. The rules of procedure, which were read again this morning, were available to everyone well before today. We all knew how the process was going to work. The tellers were operating, the Secretariat was operating, I am operating on the basis of that certain knowledge of the process and how it was going to work. No member state before 15 minutes ago indicated any concern with that process, Of course, being an open democratic forum, any concern that can be raised, as has been raised this morning, is totally legitimate to raise, but I would remind the room that we've had these rules of procedure in place for a long time. We've had a process clear for a long time, and not a single member state indicated any concern with that process. Plus, I have not seen, tell me if I'm wrong, but I have not seen in the counting of the votes that took place over here to my left, any indication, and I don't know, I haven't heard from any delegation that there was any indication of impropriety in the counting of the ballots, of a procedure that was not clearly legitimate in its mechanism. So again, I ask the room, is anyone indicating that they do not believe that the integrity of the process, the integrity of the tellers in conducting and volunteering to do this role is somehow been compromised? Because in the absence of that suggestion, I would suggest that we would like to proceed with the counting and our ability to announce the outcome. And then if there is going to be another vote, which may well be the case, then during the recess, we can consider further ways that we can ensure that all delegates are comfortable with how we are proceeding. Are we able to proceed with the finalization of the counting on that basis? Unless there's an urgent need for commentary, I would like to just proceed on that basis. That being said, Haiti, you have something you need to say?
Haiti would like to take the floor simply to say that we have complete confidence in this process. And as far as we're concerned, we can move forward. And I would applaud the tellers who have done an excellent job thus far, and we have full confidence in them. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. Madam Legal Counsel, can we finish the counting now, please? I'd like to now read out the results of the first ballot. Number of ballots cast, 37. Number of blank or invalid ballots, 0. Number of valid ballots, 37. A reminder that you need a majority of 20 to be elected. I will read out the numbers in the alphabetical order of the names of the candidates. For Dr. Camilo Aline, 10 votes. For Dr. Yarbas Barbosa da Silva Jr., 9 votes. For Dr. Florence Dubervel Guillaume, 4 votes. For Dr. Nadine Flora Gassman Zilberman, 10 votes. And for Dr. Daniel Salinas, 4 votes. So clearly no candidate has received a majority. As a consequence, we will move to a second ballot after a 10-minute recess, allowing member states to carry out consultations. And as everyone knows, any candidate can voluntarily withdraw their name at any time. Otherwise, the 5 candidates will appear again on the second ballot. We'll reconvene at 15 minutes before the hour. Could I ask delegations to take their seats, please?
Yeah, I was gonna bring them down. Stay up here.
Hi. It says I invite the tellers to choose the color? Is that?
Yeah.
Okay, so what do? You bring, bump them with a
I'm gonna
selection and
bring-
they choose one? We need a quorum, so please can delegates take their seats? Just waiting for all delegations to be present. Okay, I've been advised by the secretary, we're good to go. So according to Rule 56 of the Rules of Procedure of the conference, because no candidate received the required majority of 20 votes in the first round, we are proceeding to this second unrestricted round of voting in the same fashion as the first round, not hopefully totally in the same fashion. I hope that we can all agree that we have a process here which is clearly respects both the transparency, integrity, and is consistent and clear with the votes of procedure, rules of procedure, sorry. I've been told that no candidate has withdrawn, therefore there will be the same 5 candidates again for the second round. I would like to remind all delegations, and this is very important, please just write the name, person's name, not the country, just the person's name on the ballot. I'm now going to invite the tellers with the assistance of legal counsel to choose the color of the ballots that will be used for the second round. We selected green for the second color. And now the secretary will distribute 1 ballot to each member state who has voting privileges. We are missing Haiti. And who else? Can the Secretariat check outside the room if our colleagues from Haiti are around? Apologies for the slight delay.
Somebody else?
No.
I think AT is the only absentee so far.
No, you're not.
Here we go. Since our Haitian colleague is entering the room, please go ahead and start distributing the ballots. Again, a reminder, just the name of the candidate, and then please fold the ballot in half. And you'll bring it forward as called by the secretary. And your country name is called. Does every member with voting privileges have their ballot? Everybody has a ballot? Please proceed with indicating, oh, sorry, Madam Secretary. You take over.
To begin, Antigua and Barbuda, Argentina, Bahamas, Barbados, Belize, Bolivia, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Cuba, Dominica, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, El Salvador, France, Grenada, Guatemala, Guyana, Haiti, Honduras, Jamaica, Mexico, Netherlands, Nicaragua, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Suriname, Trinidad and Tobago, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, United States of America, Uruguay.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I would now like to invite the tellers under the supervision and assistance of legal counsel, the Secretary, to count the ballots. Tabulate the ballots, sorry. As we're waiting, and just as a reminder to all voting members, should the result of the second ballot not include a majority for any one candidate, only the top two candidates will proceed to the third ballot. If the second and third placed candidates are tied, then there will be 3 candidates for the third ballot. We will confirm this when we announce the result. We have the results of the second ballot. Number of ballots cast, 37. Number of blank or invalid ballots, 0. Therefore, the number of valid ballots, 37. Majority required for election, 20. In alphabetical order, the votes for Dr. Camilo Aline, 12. For Dr. Yarbas Barbosa da Silva Jr., 13. For Dr. Florence Dubavel Guillaume, 1. And for Dr. Nadine Flora Gassman Zilberman, 11. And for Dr. Daniel Salinas, 0. So on this basis, we will move to a third ballot with Dr. Camilo Aline and Dr. Yarbas Barbosa da Silva Jr. as the two candidates on that ballot. I'll take another 10-minute recess. We'll reconvene at 11:30.
Good morning. Muy buenos dias. Bom dia a todos outra vez. Me gustaría pedir su apoyo en que los delegados, por favor, tomen sus asientos para que podamos retomar la sesión. Espero que hayan gozado de un café, de un refrigerio. Se les invito a tomar asiento, por favor. Muchas gracias. Can I ask you to please take your seats? So we'll proceed with the quorum checking and we can reconvene and come back to the session. Thank you. Nos falta México en la sala. Por favor, si alguien nos ayuda con ubicar los colegas de México. It seems like we also miss Colombia. Is that possible? Can we get some help in? Parece que también nos hace falta.
It seems that Colombia is missing.
Puedo pedir ayuda
So I'd like to ask for your assistance, for your help, so that we can find Colombia.
para buscar a Colombia.
Do you want to, could we look for Mexico and Colombia, please?
Perfecto. Tenemos a Colombia. Súper, gracias.
So Colombia's here. That's wonderful. Thank
No
you.
vemos a México.
We don't see Mexico. We don't see Mexico in the blue function. I see the ambassador present in the room, so I will invite her to take Mexico's seat, please. I see the ambassador is present, so please. Thank you, Madam Ambassador.
Hello again, colleagues. And thank you. We're ready to proceed with the third ballot. But before we do, I just want to thank, and I think my colleagues around the room and the secretary would all agree, I want to thank all of the candidates. This was a long campaign. Was a lot of opportunity to discuss with the candidates their platforms. They had a major presentation they all made at the executive committee meeting in June. Luckily, it wasn't as long a campaign as some other ones we know that take place in the world, but this one was an intense one, competitive one. Every candidate was solid, strong, and I want to thank them all for their work. So according to Rule 56 of the Rules of Procedure, because no candidate received the required majority in the second round, and as you know, the third round, we now proceed on a restricted basis with two candidates that obtained the largest number of votes in the second round. These two candidates are Dr. Camilo Aline from Panama and Dr. Yarbas Barbosa da Silva Jr. from Brazil. I invite the tellers to choose the color of the ballots that will be used in the third round, assisted by the legal counsel. They pick blue, maybe they have sons, not pink. Okay, so I invite the secretary to distribute the ballots to member states, participating states with voting privileges. I'll come to Mexico in a second. Haiti, you.
On aimerait pouvoir avoir un autre bulletin parce qu'on a fait une rature. On aimerait pouvoir remplacer.
I'm sorry, could we get another ballot, another paper, because we just scratched ours?
I thank Haiti for its transparency. Lo and behold, this ballot is in 25 pieces now. Merci beaucoup, Haiti. I recognize Mexico on a point of order.
Solo, señor presidente,
Mr. President,
solamente,
respectfully, we would like to ask for a couple more minutes of a break in keeping with your original request that you would show some flexibility. We're just finishing a conversation with another delegation, and we believe that with a couple more minutes, we will be able to solve something that is quite relevant for the election, and my respects to all delegates.
So we've had a request from Mexico. We had a break of approximately 35 minutes. I did give quite a bit of flexibility with respect to the timing. As we said at the beginning, it was 10 minutes. I'd give a bit of time. I'm in the hands of the room, though. I think Mexico would be important to have consensus of the group to allow for more time. We did have 35 minutes. Is there consensus to take more time, or should we proceed now? Does somebody want to go on record here? I need an indication that United States, please.
Okay, make us the bad guys. Well, I think our concern, it's just yet another process issue. We already have ballots in hand that we've completed. And so I worry about the way we're able to accomplish this at once we've all voted. Had the ballots not been distributed, I'd be less concerned, but they've been distributed and been completed.
Thank you, US. Can I take it we don't have consensus that we stop the process, that we continue with the ballot at this time? My apologies, Mexico, but we did have a long time. I'm sorry, Panama wishes to speak?
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Panama, as one of the candidates, has no objection, and if necessary, and if our sister nation of Mexico is requesting additional time, we don't have any problem in granting them that time.
Colleagues. So I did say that we had taken a break 10 to 15 minutes. It went to more than half an hour. We called everybody back. It actually took a few minutes for all to come back. We then indicated which ballot. The tellers decided to color ballots. The ballots were distributed. Every delegation has the ballot, and during that entire time, Mexico, you were not in the room, even though you knew that you'd been called back. So I'm a little bit reluctant to, notwithstanding the comment of Panama, to allow yet more time, because we basically would have to have all the ballots returned to the Secretariat, and we'd probably have to choose a different color and start the whole process over again. And more time could be a lot more time. So I'm a little bit concerned about taking more time. So Mexico, are you prepared to allow us to proceed now?
yes, thank you very much for considering, you, President, and all the Assembly. I believe that it's reasonable to continue the process. So I withdraw my proposal, or my request of additional time.
Many thanks, Mexico, very much. Muchas gracias. Really appreciate your flexibility. So we'll now proceed, Madam Secretary, with the roll call.
Thank you, Mr. President. To begin, Antigua and Barbuda, Argentina, Bahamas, Barbados, Belize, Bolivia, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Cuba, Dominica, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, El Salvador, France, Granada, Guatemala, Guyana, Haiti, Honduras, Jamaica, Mexico, Netherlands, Nicaragua, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Suriname, Trinidad and Tobago, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, United States of America, Uruguay.
Everyone's had a chance to vote. And I appreciate the flourishing gestures that were included in that vote. Okay, I think we can now proceed under supervision of the legal counsel. The tellers will now tabulate the votes. Now the results of the third ballot. Number of ballots cast 37. Number of blank or invalid ballots 1. Therefore, the number of valid ballots 36. As per our rules of procedure, the majority required for election is 20. Votes in favor of Dr. Camilo Aline, 17. Votes in favor of Dr. Yarbos Barbosa da Silva Jr., 19. Therefore, we need to proceed to a fourth ballot. Heaven forbid a fifth ballot, but maybe. So I'll give delegations some flexibility, but we would like to reconvene no later than 12:30.
Okay.
Sharp, please.
Okay, thank you.
Boa tarde a todos. Já é tarde. Já começamos a tarde. We have started our afternoon. Can I kindly ask you, delegates, to take your seats so we can confirm quorum and continue with our morning meeting. Thank you all very much for enduring. I hope you're all with us still. We'll just confirm quorum and get started. Thank you.
My heart was swimming water. My heart was swimming water.
We meet again, as they say. So we're just waiting to make sure all delegations are in their seats so we can proceed with the fourth ballot. Next goes here. All right, I think we are ready to proceed. So we'll have this ballot in the same modalities as the last one. Since under rules of procedure number 56, since neither of our two candidates, Dr. Camilo Aline from Panama and Dr. Barbosa, Dr. Jarvis Barbosa da Silva Jr. from Brazil did not receive either a majority, we will try again. And we'll proceed with the fourth round, same two candidates. Invite the tellers to choose the color for the ballots. Orange is the color. Orange, in my experience, is a lucky color, so maybe we'll have an outcome. It's just a reminder again, please only write the name of the candidate, not the country. All the ballots have been distributed. So, Madam Secretary, I think we're ready to call out the countries. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. To begin, Antigua and Barbuda, Argentina, Bahamas, Barbados, Belize, Bolivia, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Cuba, Dominica, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, El Salvador, France, Grenada, Guatemala, Guyana, Haiti, Honduras, Jamaica, Mexico, Netherlands, Nicaragua, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Suriname, Trinidad and Tobago, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, United States of America, Uruguay.
All right, we'll now proceed with the tellers supported by the legal counsel to tabulate the votes. I feel like a judge getting the jury handing me the outcome, except as the judge, I'm going to read it out. So number of ballots cast, 37. Number of blank or invalid ballots, 0. Therefore, the number of valid ballots, 37. Majority, as you all know, is 20. Votes in favor of Dr. Camilo Aline, 16. Votes in favor of Dr. Yarbas Barbosa Silva Jr., 21. So
Okay, Jack? Thank you.
yeah. I'm going to use the executive privilege of the president to say that there is a consensus in favor of Dr. Yarbas. I want to thank the tellers for their perseverance and efforts through this long morning, and also the legal counsel, the secretary, for supporting. So please, a round of applause for our tellers and legal counsel. They are not averse to getting a free drink from you if you wish to.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I'd like to invite the Minister of Health of Brazil to escort our good colleague, Dr. Yarbas, to bring him down into, if he's not already here, to bring him into the plenary room. Sounds like he's getting closer.
Yeah. We don't have a sick one.
Yeah. It's gonna be like, right now.
Didn't see you. Elect, Mr. Director-elect, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This, I was telling them that I was in the room where the candidates need to be, and the streaming was frozen. Seriously, and I started receiving people saying, congrats, felicitaciones, and I said, okay, but they are telling this before the results be announced, so I think that's not proper. But first, I want also to say that I thank you, all the countries in the region. First, I want to thank all the countries that presented candidates. I want to thank Panama, I want to thank Haiti, I want to thank Mexico, I want to thank Colombia at the beginning. I forgot someone. And Uruguay, my dear friend Daniel Salino. I think that this is a clear demonstration about how the countries love this organization, respect this organization, have interest to strengthen this organization. For the first time in our history, we had 5 candidates, 6 candidates at the beginning, 5 candidates, and this is a clear demonstration of the high interest that the countries have to strengthen this organization. So I'm very proud and very happy. I'm a public health worker. I want to thank not only the countries that supported me, that voted for me, but all the countries in this region. We work together with you. It's not easy to follow Dr. Etienne's leadership, but I do believe that with the same commitment that we have to strengthen health, to strengthen the quality of life, and in our region, we work together. Let me switch to Spanish a little bit. Estoy muy orgulloso.
I am very proud as a public healthcare worker. I think that any public health worker would be proud to lead an organization that is 120 years old. So my commitment is to continue to uphold the same values that we have always defended: solidarity, the desire to have all countries working together in coordination so as to improve the quality of life and the health in the region. Also, I want to thank my country for their support. I want to thank the Minister Marcelo Quiroga, who is here, and Mario Brandelli. I want to thank them for their support. Also, I want to thank so many people that sent me from different countries in the region their congratulations, their expressions of support, asking how they could support me. And they were all from the public health arena. They understood, I understand, that what was at stake was that we have to face many challenges in many of the countries. This is a challenge for the organization too, so that in the next 5 years, we will be able to implement all the lessons learned during the pandemic, strengthen each and every country, take into account the interests, the specific priorities of the countries in each of the regions. But I am certain that with your support, we will be able to work in great coordination and accomplish our purposes. So thank you again, and long live the Pan American Health Organization.
Mr. Director-elect, after a very long voting process, you're already off on the right foot by giving a very short speech. So congratulations to you. I'd like to ask the rapporteur to read out a proposed resolution. The proposed resolution contained in document CSP 30/4 that formalizes the decision of the conference. Madame Rapporteur.
Sí, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr. President. Proposed resolution. Election of the Director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau and nomination of the Regional Director of the World Health Organization for the Americas. The 30th Pan American Sanitary Conference, preambular paragraph 1, bearing in mind Articles 4E and 21A of the Constitution of the Pan American Health Organization, PAHO, which provide that the Pan American Sanitary Bureau shall have a director elected at the conference by the vote of a majority of the members of the organization. Preambular paragraph 2, bearing in mind Article 4 of the agreement between the World Health Organization and the Pan American Health Organization, and Article 52 of the Constitution of the World Health Organization, which established the procedure for the appointment of regional directors of the World Health Organization. Preambular paragraph 3, satisfied that the election of the director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau has been held in accordance with the established rules and procedures, resolves operative paragraph 1 to declare Jarbas Barbosa da Silva Jr. elected director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau for a period of 5 years beginning on 1 February 2023 and ending on 31 January 2028. Operative paragraph 2, to submit to the Executive Board of the World Health Organization the name of Jarbas Barbosa da Silva Jr. for appointment as Regional Director of the World Health Organization for the Americas for the same period. That concludes this resolution, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madame Rapporteur. My notes ask me to suggest now to see if there's any objections. I'll follow up a process that a colleague of mine once followed when he was the head of an organization. His approach was all in favor, and various people would put up their hand. All opposed? Carried. Okay. Congratulations. The resolution is adopted. I'd now like to provide an opportunity for any delegation that would like to offer a few remarks at this time to put up your placard and do so. And just to note that colleagues from Brazil, for other reasons, I will turn to you as the last speaker. So I recognize Panama, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Distinguished colleagues, representatives of the different countries. Today, on behalf of the President of the Republic of Panama and the national government of our country, we would like to congratulate PAHO for the democratic exercise for the elections of the largest health organization in the Americas, the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, and the representative in the Americas for the World Health Organization. Panama, as a founding nation of PAHO, is grateful for the support received. We'd like to thank all member countries for their support to our proposal. But also, and obviously, we would like to congratulate Dr. Jarbas Barbosa for his election to the new position of director. Panama ratifies its commitment of not leaving anyone behind and to continue working side by side with PAHO to ensure equitable access to health for our people. And we wish Dr. Barbosa the best of success in your mandate. Count upon Panama to work side by side with you. We are available for whatever is needed. May God bless you and thank you all.
Gracias, Panama. Very kind words. I recognize Mexico, followed by Guyana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Assembly, on behalf of the government of Mexico and President Andrés Manuel López Obrador, that nominated a candidate, Dr. Nadine Gassman, we would like to express our pleasure because the organization is able to have solid, open, democratic procedures to elect its leaders. We welcome the renewal of this leadership while also recognizing the good offices of Dr. Carissa Etienne throughout her mandate as director of the organization. In our proposed candidate, Dr. Gassman, we provided some elements that can be summarized in 3 pillars: the desire to work together, to establish health self-sufficiency, not only to respond to emergencies in the health sector such as COVID-19, but also to support progress of the public health agenda that is lagging seriously and has even further deepened the inequalities in health in the region. And second, to achieve strides in the different health areas, such as the NCDs and gender inequality in the region, and yet other obstacles to progress. Last, our desire to take a critical look, a self-critical look as member states about the entire organization to find new paths 120 years after the establishment of this organization, that it may be more dynamic, more open, that recognizes plurality not only of member states, but also of sub-regions in particular that perhaps are not able to participate as fully in the decision-making. Let me end by broadly congratulating with a great feeling revealing Dr. Jarbas Barbosa da Silva Jr., who we are sure is a public health worker of the top level, and he has demonstrated that this in the many positions he's held within the organization in past years. We are sure that we will find in him the leader needed by the region for this transformative process. You may count on the firm support from Mexico, the public health community, and we will be willing to provide you with any kind of assistance needed to ensure the success of your work for the good of the organization, for the good of the region. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Mexico. Again, very kind words, really appreciated. So Guyana, followed by United States of America.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Allow me to congratulate PAHO, first of all, on a very fair and transparent process. And allow me also to add my congratulations to Dr. Jarbas Barbosa da Silva Jr. on his election as the director of the Pan American Health Organization. We have worked in the past, and we look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Guyana. United States of America, followed by Suriname.
Thank you, sir. I shall be brief as well. Just to say that the U.S. would like to congratulate Dr. Jarbas Barbosa da Silva Jr. on your election as the next director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau. And we look forward to working with you at this critical time as the region builds back better from COVID-19, but also as the region moves farther to strengthen its health systems and advance health equity. It's critical that the director continues to maintain the organization's technical excellence and continues to build consensus across the region, given the diversity of knowledge and perspectives. And so we value the incredible role that PAHO and its next director will play, following in the footsteps of Dr. Etienne, to continue to lift up the institution and its role, not only in the region, but in the world. And so finally, we know that it's important to look internally just as much as externally, and seek your commitment to also continuing the sound management of the Pan American Health Organization, including advancing transparency and ongoing reform. So with that, we appreciate the opportunity to work with you and your team in the future, and look forward to our ongoing collaboration to advance health for the Americas. Congratulations again.
Thank you, US. Suriname, followed by Canada.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very honored and pleased for this opportunity to extend our heartfelt congratulations on behalf of the Ministry of Health, the government, and the people of the Republic of Suriname to Dr. Javier Barbosa da Silva Jr., who is selected to serve as the Regional Director of the Pan American Health Organization, the World Health Organization's Regional Office for the Americas. 10 years ago, as the elected director acceptance speech, Dr. Etienne stated her vision for the region as societies free of inequality, where people have access to healthy social determinants and environments that allow them to live long, dignified, healthy, and productive lives. This includes access to universal health services without fear of being impoverished. As you all agree, she has continued to champion the universal health coverage and universal access, as well as reducing inequities and health disparities in the region. I'm very pleased to state that Suriname is one of the countries which has been under her close watch and observation to ensure this vision is fully realized. I wish to recognize that assuming the role of the PAHO WHO Regional Director position is a very complex duty and responsibility, particularly in the current regional political, economic, and social environment. But we are confident that with the courage, conviction, and the support of all member countries and the Secretariat and other stakeholders, Dr. Barbosa will also make us all proud and will serve the member states and achieve all the goals and visions as presented by him during his term of office. We wish you a very successful and productive terms of office, Dr. Barbosa, and we shall give you the ultimate support. God bless you, and I pray the Lord to give you more wisdom and vision. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Suriname, Canada, followed by Haiti.
Canada extends its congratulations, its warmest congratulations to the new director of PAHO, Dr. Yarbas Barbosa da Silva Jr. We value our relationship with the organization and our continued collaboration to address public health issues of common concern and taking an equity-centered approach across the region of the Americas. We look forward to continuing our collaboration with PAHO and to providing support to the new director. Félicitations, Dr. Barbosa.
Congratulations, Dr. Barbosa. Canada is here to support you in the coming years.
Thank you, Canada. Haiti, followed by Jamaica.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President, representatives of other delegations of member states, I would like to thank you, and I thank and congratulate the president and the head table for having directed the election of the next director of the Pan American Health Organization very transparently. The government of Haiti, through me, wants to first congratulate the outgoing director for her good conduction of during the past 8 years of the Pan American Health Organization. In easy and difficult moments, she has been able to courageously and with devotion achieve great successes. She supported the organization in the difficult moments, such as the deadly COVID-19 pandemic. She remained faithful to her vision for the Americas, that of society in need of equality, where the most vulnerable and neglected people may lead a healthy life and a productive life. Let us not forget her visits to our countries. Dear representatives of different delegations present today, the first international health meeting and a signed agreement on 2 December 1902, a date considered as that of creation of PAHO. The organization in 1923 became the Pan American Sanitary Bureau and the first Inter-American Agreement on Health. The Pan American Health Code was signed on 14 November 1924, admitted within the organization on 25 June 1926. Haiti, therefore, appears as one of its oldest members, and despite its role in the history of the continent, since it emerged as a nation on 1 January 1804, it is the first time that it has actually presented a candidate to this post of director, Dr. Florence Guillaume, whom we'd like to thank. I'd like to sincerely thank all the countries who supported the Haitian candidacy, despite the difficulties faced by our country. I would also like to thank all the other countries who presented or supported candidates. We are all moved by the only desire to contribute to the highest level of health for the people of the Americas. I have absolutely no doubt that with our full support, the elected director, Dr. Yarbas Barbosa, will be able to lead our organization to other new heights. As of now, Director-elect, you can count on the support of Haiti, which is one of the basis of Pan-Americanism. I would now just like to desires great success to Dr. Yarbas Barbosa and to our dear organization. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Haiti.
Thank you very much, Haiti, for those kind words.
C'est vraiment gentil. Okay, Jamaica, followed by Dominica.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, Jamaica would like to take this opportunity to express our deepest congratulations to Dr. Jabez Barbosa da Silva Jr. on his election to this high office. But before I comment on this elevation, I want to also, on behalf of the people of Jamaica, thank wholeheartedly our outgoing head of PAHO, Dr. Carissa Etienne, a Caribbean national who we are very proud of, who did a sterling job in representing the people of the Americas over the past 10 years. Thank you, Dr. Etienne. Jamaica stands ready to give full support to Dr. Barbosa da Silva. We appreciate the need for strong leadership at the regional level, at the Americas, coming on the heels of the COVID-19 pandemic with so many other health threats that currently exist. We appreciate that the transition, given his experience at the highest level of PAHO, will be quick, and we would like to encourage that. And we would like to also place on record the support over the years that PAHO has given to the people of the Americas, but forgive me for saying the small island developing states, certainly within the Caribbean region, where because of size, we oftentimes lack the capacity to respond as adequately as we would like to in areas as part of our response to public health threats. And therefore, our reliance on PAHO remains very deep, and our support for PAHO remains strong. And so we congratulate you, sir. We look forward to working with you, and we believe, given your experience, there will be continuity, and PAHO will grow from strength to strength on behalf of the people of the Americas. Congrats.
Thank you, Jamaica. So we now have Dominica, followed by Argentina.
Mr. President, on behalf of the people of Dominica and the Commonwealth of Dominica, we'd like to congratulate Dr. Jabez Barbosa da Silva Jr. as our next director of PAHO. We recognize the critical stage of health in the region in light of new and emerging challenges, to include those posed by climate change. From our past interactions in Dominica earlier this year and throughout the pandemic, we have no doubt that Dr. Barbosa will rise to the occasion. You have the full support of the people and Commonwealth of Dominica. But let me also take the opportunity to express our deepest thanks to our outgoing director, a woman of the soil, Dr. Carissa Etienne. And we wish you well wherever the next chapter of your life takes you. Of course, we hope it's back to Dominica, where we can continue to tap into your wealth of expertise. However, even if the journey doesn't lead you back to the home front, we pray that happiness follows you wherever you may pursue your next endeavors. Thank you so much, Dr. Etienne.
Thank you, Dominica. Just let you in on a secret. We're trying to get her to come to Canada, actually. So Argentina, followed by Guatemala.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to take the floor to celebrate the election and the interest of countries to participate, the commitment of the candidates, the democratic spirit, the interest of Dr. Barbosa to continue with his career contributing to the Pan American Health Organization, and thank him for his vocation. There is a lot to be done. Delegates have been mentioning this to continue bridging the gaps in our region, focusing on minorities, on diversity, with great participation by women and diversity in decision-making positions. That's the way we'd like to move forward. And Dr. Barbosa, please be assured that you can count on the team in Argentina and the government of Argentina to be able to make strides in what's still ahead of us. And as Etienne pointed out, whom we wish to thank for the 10 years of dedication and vocation that included the two most difficult years in the health sector, for her efforts and her support in order for our region to be as the best it could. Thank you.
Gracias, Argentina. So we have Guatemala, followed by San Lucia.
Thank you very much, President. First, on behalf of the government of the Republic of Guatemala, we'd like to thank Dr. Carissa Etienne for her efforts, her struggles to support this organization throughout these very difficult, complicated years. You are an example for leadership, Doctor, and this can be seen in the good outcomes at this assembly. Next, to Dr. Jarbas Barbosa, we'd like to congratulate you on behalf of our president also, and especially thank the holding of this democratic exercise and procedure with the certainty that a new cycle is beginning that will further strengthen our processes in the future. We faced a pandemic with problems, perhaps with deficiencies, but we did it wholeheartedly. And I do believe that ultimately this speaks so well of organizations when that feeling of humanity can be used to help the neediest. So, Director, please count upon us. We are a team throughout the organization in order to serve our nations. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Guatemala. San Lucia, followed by Colombia.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. San Lucia joins the rest of the member countries in congratulating Dr. Jarbas Barbosa de Silva on being elected to the post of Director of the Pan American Health Organization. We congratulate you. We congratulate you, Dr. de Silva. Dr. Carissa Etienne's stewardship was characterized by a sense of belonging and also a sense of closeness. Therefore, we are a bit spoiled. We look forward to the continued engagement with us to tackle the critical problems, both historic and emerging. We look forward to our work with you in the fine traditions of PAHO, where the size of our country does not matter, and that we are treated with equal fervor in our work. Congratulations to you, and San Lucia looks forward to working with you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, San Lucia. Colombia, then Chile.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and greetings to all the delegations on behalf of the government of Colombia under Dr. Gustavo Petro. Let me begin by acknowledging the importance of this event that consolidates the spirit of democratic consolidation in the struggle for health in the region. Secondly, we'd like to express our recognition to Dr. Carissa, because not only did she confront one of the most difficult moments in history, but she led the organization along a path that we have all seen. But she is living evidence and proof of what it means for women to struggle for equity and participation, as well as for the diversity of our region. Also, we'd like to congratulate Dr. Jarbas upon his election, and you may count on the government of Colombia to move on an agenda. Several points have already been mentioned, but I'd like to highlight in making possible the guarantee of access to health for all individuals in the Americas. And secondly, that adaptation and mitigation of climate change become more relevant, because today climate justice, social justice, and economic justice are entwined, and the health sector plays a definitive role to contribute in overcoming inequalities. Wishing you the very best of luck, Dr. Jarbas, and you may count on the support of the government of Colombia.
Gracias, Colombia, Chile, and then Antigua and Barbuda.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr. President. Chile echoes the previous speakers and states, recognizing the mandate of Dr. Carissa Etienne and welcoming Dr. Jarbas Barbosa da Silva Jr. to face the tremendous challenges for health in the region. This election shows Dr. Jarbosa's devotion to health. And this is extremely important for Chile because we want to improve and reform our health system in order to provide universal access. Such challenges afflict all the members in a difficult period, such as recovery after the COVID-19 pandemic. We need to be capable in achieving local, regional autonomy to produce our medicines and to achieve universal coverage. With Dr. Jarbosas, we believe that in a collaborative manner, we'll be able to achieve such goals. The interest shown by the Pan American Health Organization have displayed throughout this election. These also show living multilateralism to serve the people, both in this organization and other regional institutions. You can count on the support from Chile, Dr. Barbosa. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Chile. Antigua and Barbuda, followed by Uruguay.
Thank you, Mr. President. The government of Antigua and Barbuda congratulates Dr. Jarbas Barbosa da Silva Jr. on being elected to the position of the Director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau. We look forward to working with you, Dr. Barbosa, as you steer this organization over the next 5 years. Under the leadership of Dr. Carissa Etienne, Antigua and Barbuda has been well served by PAHO, especially in the last 2 years as we battled COVID-19. We express our deep appreciation for your hard work during this period. We are certain that we will continue under your leadership, Dr. Barbosa, to be successful in facing the challenges and with the continued support from PAHO. We look forward to the next 5 years with optimism, knowing that there is an unfinished agenda and more work to be done. Please be assured, Dr. Barbosa, that Antigua and Barbuda will continue to strengthen its relationship and work with you and the organization during your tenure. Congratulations once again from the government and people of Antigua and Barbuda, and best wishes for a successful term. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Antigua and Barbuda. Uruguay, followed by Paraguay.
We'd like to express very important congratulations to Jarbas. We know him and we know that he's an old expert of this house, and a guarantee for all of us. Me gustaría de fazer esto na tua.
So I wanted to speak all languages, friend, because we all want to congratulate you for Octavia too, because he has been working hard. So this is important for all of us. And a moment like this, where we are all together. This is a major accomplishment. So all of this is important for us because we're all going to be together trying to improve the right to health in the region. That's something that I know is important to you. It's important to all of us. So Uruguay is definitely going to be at your disposal, and we wish you the very best.
Gracias. Thank you, Uruguay. Paraguay, followed by, sorry, my list is getting messier. Ecuador.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Paraguay extends its most sincere congratulations to Dr. Jarbas Barbosa, now that he was elected as director to head the Pan American Health Organization. We know that the next 5 years will bring significant challenges, and consequently, we think that equity, solidarity should be the guiding principles of his organization. We rely on Dr. Jarbas' experience and are certain that he will be able to strengthen the region of the Americas. Thank you.
Okay. Did we have? I think it's Ecuador now, followed by Puerto Rico.
Muy buenas tardes, señor.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. I wanted to begin by congratulating Dr. Jarbas Barbosa da Silva Jr. for his election. This is definitely an election supported by all countries, and we have chosen a person that has the technical wherewithal as well as the personal strengths that will assure his success in this job. Now that we're celebrating 120 years of existence of the Pan American Health Organization, I think that Dr. Jarbas is the best person that we could have selected. And I also want to thank all of the countries that nominated persons to head the organization. The participation was open and democratic. So as a country, as the Ministry of Health, we trust your personal capabilities, your willingness to work, and we're certain that this will be a way for all of the countries to continue to work together. So PAHO is only the summation of all of the capabilities of all of the countries. This is something that can be shared, and in this way, we further generate joint capacity thanks to cooperation amongst our countries. So once again, I congratulate you, and I wish you every success in your new position.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We warmly congratulate Dr. Jarbas Barbosa on his election to head this organization. This is recognition of his long career in public health in Brazil, his own country, and in PAHO. Now, Puerto Rico has been a member of PAHO for 30 years, and Dr. Barbosa, you can count on us. Dr. Carissa Etienne, we congratulate you on your term of office, and we wish you every success in the future.
Thank you, Puerto Rico. I know I hear stomachs are starting to growl here, so the following countries, I'll just read them out and you can just follow each other because I think that seems to work. Honduras, Venezuela, El Salvador, Bahamas, then I believe Spain, and then Brazil. I'll turn to you last. So Honduras. Oh, and Cuba as well. Sorry, Cuba after Bahamas. My apologies. Go ahead, Honduras.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. On behalf of my government, the government of Honduras, I warmly congratulate Dr. Barbosa da Silva on his not his election as director of PAHO. We wish him every success in the area of universal public health. So you can count on our support and congratulations.
Venezuela.
Good afternoon. First of all, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela would like to congratulate everyone for the impeccable process that we just witnessed. Also, I wanted to congratulate the participants that aim at improving the health of the population of the hemisphere. Also, I want to congratulate Dr. Barbosa. We all are pleased with his election today, and this is recognition of a career devoted to service. Thank you.
El Salvador.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I thank all delegations for taking part in this process. This has been a good example of a democratic process. First of all, I wanted to congratulate the Pan American Health Organization on the 120 years that have been 120 years of health for the region, 120 years that have assured many generations the possibility of a sharing. And we just saw that thanks to the pandemic, where thanks to the efforts of the organization, these people have been able to enjoy further years of life with their families and friends. Also, we're pleased to see this democratic example of an election. All the countries are happy. They're happy with the new election. The fact that Director Jarbas Barbosa was just elected. Also, thanks to the work done by Dr. Etienne, all of the countries in the hemisphere have been kept much safer. So it has been difficult, but it is now a moment to share in this happiness. So on behalf of our population, I wanted to express our appreciation to Dr. Etienne for her leadership and congratulate Dr. Jarbas Barbosa Silva Jr. for taking on this new challenge, a challenge that is being faced by the whole region. We have fought many diseases with some wins, and we're certain that further challenges will lie ahead. And we have to call on all members to continue to work together for the benefit of our population. So with this new undertakings, I'm sure that this will assure better health for our population.
Bahamas, Cuba, and Spain.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the laser-focused leadership of Dr. Etienne skillfully navigated our region through troubled waters. The COVID-19 pandemic exposed us to vulnerabilities brought to many countries and stole precious lives. You, Dr. Etienne, steered our ship and brought us from treacherous waters into a safe harbor. The Bahamas joins with my Caribbean colleagues and member states in imploring you for your decisive action, courage, and personal touch. The people of the Bahamas personally witness your love and compassion in the aftermath of Hurricane Dorian, and we continue to benefit from PAHO's primary healthcare transformative agenda under your leadership that has launched the first phase of universal healthcare in our country. Mr. President, as we turn our attention to the complex challenges we currently face brought on by non-communicable diseases, climate change, and the need for full access to primary healthcare services, we must be mindful of the amalgamating powers of PAHO and what it brings to the table. Under PAHO's umbrella, we can certainly be stronger. Mr. President and distinguished delegates, The Bahamas reposes great confidence in the election of Dr. Barbosa. Sir, the Bahamas believe with you at the helm of PAHO, the region will continue not only to weather storms ahead, but silence their impact. As Minister of Health and Wellness in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, I join the great chorus to congratulate you, Dr. Barbosa, on your appointment as the new director of PAHO and wish you well as we work together. Thank you.
I have, in order, apologies to our colleagues of Spain, Cuba, Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, Bolivia, and then Spain. Cuba, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. The government of Cuba joins others in congratulating Dr. Barbosa. He is a specialist in public health and well-known throughout the region. We are certain that he will do an excellent job at the head of the Pan American Health Organization. Cuba will continue to support cooperation, scientific research, and support to all the countries with a population in a situation of vulnerability. Cuban medicine will be present there. Also, we congratulate Dr. Carissa on the work she has done, and we invite everyone to the upcoming health convention that will be held in Cuba between the 17th and 21st of October. So all of you ministers are invited to this health conference. We are certain that you will have great success in your new appointment. Thank you.
TNT, please, then Barbados.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, it is my pleasure on behalf of the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and in particular, our Honorable Minister of Health, the Honorable Terence Dial Singh, to warmly congratulate Dr. Jarbas Barbosa da Silva Jr. on his election today as the next director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau in PAHO. Government of Trinidad and Tobago also congratulates Dr. Carissa Etienne on her sterling leadership and stewardship of PAHO during the past 10 years, and particularly at a time of the immense and multidimensional human vulnerability, yet resilience, caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you, Dr. Etienne. Under the stewardship of Dr. Etienne, the principles of adding value and of responsiveness to the socioeconomic and other challenges to health development in all countries have been consistently demonstrated in their approaches to technical cooperation, a passion for the achievement of universal health coverage and care, which have reverberated across the region and have manifested in the reform of the Secretariat that has proceeded so smoothly. Trinidad and Tobago also shares Dr. Barbosa da Silva's leadership vision, and we look forward to working with him as he steers PAHO to build on Dr. Etienne's exemplary leadership as the organization continues to effectively and efficiently cooperate with all member states as we strive for measurable progress towards the health-related sustainable development goals. Once again, Dr. Barbosa Silva Jr., congratulations. Thank you very much, Chair.
Barbados, then Bolivia.
Thank you, Mr. President. The government and people of Barbados would like to join with member states in congratulating Dr. Jarbas Barbosa da Silva Jr. on your elevation to the post of Director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau. We would also like to thank the outgoing Director, Dr. Carissa Etienne, for outstanding leadership of PAHO for almost a decade. We also commend the other candidates who contested the post for the office of Director. Barbados looks forward to the continued cooperation of PAHO in executing the agenda and work plan on behalf of small island states like Barbados. We are confident that under the leadership of Dr. Barbosa, PAHO will continue to achieve its strategic objectives and plans on behalf of member states. Good luck, and we thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning. First of all, I wanted to express our appreciation for the hard work done by Dr. Etienne. Thank you for your dedication, for that altruism, for the spirit with which you have led us in recent years. Dr. Yarbas Barbosa, first of all, I want to congratulate you and wish you every success. And to tell you, Dr. Barbosa, that this new appointment will count on the unconditional support of the plurinational state of Bolivia. We will be a strategic partner, always seeking universal health coverage. Luis Arce Cordova has devoted efforts to assuring the success of a single health system. Once again, we would like to reiterate our congratulations and express our appreciation for what we are certain will be a very exemplary term of office.
Thank you. My apologies, Spain. The Brits have reminded me that they won the Battle of Trafalgar, so they go next. UK, please.
Quiero felicitar al doctor Barbosa.
I wanted to congratulate Dr. Barbosa for his election as director.
I'm sorry. You know what, Spain, just go ahead. Just go ahead.
Empiezo de nuevo.
Let me start again. I wanted to congratulate Dr. Barbosa for his election as director of the Pan American Health Organization. Dr. Etienne leaves in good hands this organization. So I also reiterate our appreciation for the work done by Dr. Etienne, and I wish her the very best. Dr. Barbosa, you face a new phase that's full of challenges and opportunities. And there we share this idea of the right to universal health. We know that for this new time in PAHO, you can continue to count on the support of PAHO. So we wish you the very best.
UK, don't mention the war. And then Dominican Republic and La France.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I will definitely not comment on history. I will also stay very brief as I realize I'm between everybody and lunch. But I would most importantly like to congratulate Dr. Barbosa da Silva Jr. Many, many congratulations in your new role. I would also like to thank all the candidates who I know you have worked tirelessly over the last few months. I'd also like to again thank Dr. Etienne for all your fantastic work. Dr. Barbosa, you've got such a wonderful range of experience and achievements. And I know, for example, you have done so much work on antimicrobial resistance, a massively important issue for us all. We really look forward to working with you and PAHO. The last few years have shown just how important PAHO is. And there's so many priorities, you should never start a list, but whether it's PPR, SRHR, there are so many things where we really look forward to working with you, and many congratulations again.
Dominican Republic, France, and then the Netherlands.
Dr. Barbosa, congratulations on behalf of the Dominican Republic. For us, it's a true honor to be able to continue under such good stewardship, and you can count on our support in the upcoming years. So you can definitely count on our backing.
Okay, I think Dominican Republic gets a prize for the shortest speech. France and then Netherlands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dr. Barbosa, France warmly congratulates you on your election. We feel sure that you will continue with brio and effectiveness the remarkable task carried out by Dr. Carissa Etienne. Please be assured that our country will stand by you in order to help you accomplish the mission in its American territories, as well as all the other activities of the organization. And once again, our warmest congratulations on your election.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dr. Barbosa, on behalf of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, congratulations with this election. I think we echo your words for the other candidates as well. To also thank on this moment the organization, the Secretariat, and especially the Legal Counsel for guiding this process, because only if we get these processes right, we can gather our strength to tackle the challenges ahead. Dr. Chen, thanks a lot for your energy, your vibrant energy, I should say, during the last time, and we look forward to partnering with you all in the next few years.
Just before I turn to Brazil, we have a special resolution to propose. Dr. Barbosa, you've heard a whole series of very positive remarks, expectations, willingness to work with you. I'm reminded of a saying that my grandfather had that I think came from a famous baseball player named Yogi Berra. He said, "Be nice to people on your way up because you're going to meet them again on your way down." So you're at the top now, and you'll be meeting all of these folks many times. But I'm no doubt, to echo the words of everyone else, that you will be up to the task. So congratulations again, and look forward to many years of good work in Fajo. So let me turn finally to the delegate from Brazil, who has a resolution.
Senhor Presidente.
Mr. President, members of the head table, Dr. Jarbas Barbosa. First of all, I would like to put on record what we saw today. Today, on such an important day for this organization that in 2022 reached its 120th anniversary. Today, we saw 4 ballotings that were definitely imbued with the democratic spirit, and we chose Dr. Jarbas Barbosa, and Brazil was honored to nominate Dr. Jarbas Barbosa, one of our most illustrious sons, and for something like 30 years of his lifetime, he has been devoted to public health, especially in my country. As you know, Brazil has one of the best health systems of universal access that is free of charge and that serves 210 million of our citizens. So it's that experience that we offer to the Pan American Health Organization. Also, I would take this opportunity to congratulate the countries that nominated very high-level candidates. That's the case of Dr. Camilo, Dr. Florence, Dr. Nadine, and Dr. Daniel Salinas. So on behalf of my country, we appreciate that participation that furthers the observance of democratic practices within Fajo. So it's not heat that we need, it is light, and it's the light that is now brought by the 120 years of service. And that was led during the last 10 years so well by Dr. Carissa Etienne. So on behalf of the countries of Brazil, Argentina, Chile, Costa Rica, El Salvador, and Peru, it is my honor to present a proposed resolution that aims at appointing Dr. Carissa Etienne as Director Emeritus of the Pan American Health Organization.
Senhor Presidente,
Mr. President, I know that everyone wants to have lunch, but I think that I should avoid reading this. So here we have proposed resolution, Director Emeritus, the 30th Pan American Sanitary Conference, considering the 19 years of service of Dr. Carissa Faustina Etienne at the Pan American Health Organization and the World Health Organization, recognizing the valuable contributions made by Dr. Etienne by advancing response to both communicable and non-communicable diseases and strengthening primary health care and universal access to health in the Americas during her 10 years as a director of the Pan American Health Organization and regional director of the World Health Organization for the Americas, and emphasizing the leadership shown by Dr. Etienne during the worst moments of the COVID-19 pandemic, the most serious public health emergency in more than one century, recognizing her essential endeavors to provide the region of the Americas the best scientific knowledge available and the most efficient strategies that were evidence-based to promote health, protect lives during the pandemic, at the same time that she was tireless in looking for access to vaccines, medications, and other essential supplies. Saluting her many contributions to make the organization more efficient, more modern, and efficient, showing how her dedication and her efforts aiming at advancing equity of Pan-Americanism in the area of health, wanting to recognize her endeavors, Dr. Etienne, for the many years of service to the organization, and considering that your mandate at the head of the Pan American Health Organization and as director of the World Health Organization resolves, one, to express sincere appreciation to Dr. Carissa Etienne for the many years of service to the Pan American Health Organization and the World Health Organization, and expressing appreciation for your efforts as director of the Pan American Health Organization. Two, designate Dr. Carissa Etienne as director emeritus of the Pan American Health Organization as of the date of her retirement, wishing her every success in her future activities to improve the health of the peoples of the region, of the Americas, and of the world. And four, to send this to the executive directors of the World Health Organization for their information. Thank you.
Obrigado, Brazil. So, Carissa, it seems appropriate that someone like you, who has sat through literally hundreds of resolutions, having been read out in full, that we have a resolution for you that you can hang up on your wall. To say that this was it won't be the last resolution that you listened through, but an excellent initiative. Thank you again, Brazil and others. I think I'd be fair to just assume that we can agree that we adopt this resolution immediately. So adopt it. Those flowers were allocated from the PAHO budget. So thank you, Madam Director, for agreeing to them. So I know we are all waiting to jump out the door. But I do, before we do, want to give an opportunity for Secretary, Director General, Dr. Tedros, to say a few words. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Mr. President, Excellencies, dear colleagues and friends, I offer my warm congratulations to Dr. Jarbas Barbosa da Silva Jr. on his election as the next director of PAHO and on his nomination as the regional director. Parabéns. And congratulations also to Brazil. I also congratulate Dr. Camilo Alien, Dr. Florence Guillaume, Dr. Nadine Gassman, Dr. Daniel Silas on your campaigns. And I thank you for putting yourselves forward for what is one of the best, but also one of the hardest jobs in the world. And I have seen it also as one of the most contested, I think. Dr. Jarbas, you have earned the confidence and trust of the member states of the Americas. This is a great privilege and a very great responsibility. I think all the support comes with also serious expectation from you. The health of the region's 1 billion people is in your hands. No pressure. As you know, the region is extremely diverse with a huge range of cultures, language, landscapes, and income levels. But as one of the member states said, the size of the country should not matter. From the Arctic to the Antarctic, from the North Pacific to the South Atlantic, from mega cities and urban slums to remote islands and villages, from the world's largest economy to some of the smallest. Equally, you're faced with a huge range of health challenges, from aging to antimicrobial resistance, dengue, diabetes to diabetes, Chagas to cancer, malaria to mental health, and so much more. There is a gap of 18 years between the countries with the region's shortest and longest life expectancies. You will assume this position at a critical time as we seek to end the pandemic and jumpstart progress towards the 3 billion targets and the sustainable development goals. If you serve 2 terms, you will lead the region to the end of the SDG era and the beginning of the next era. And if you serve 2 terms, you will be working with a new Director General in 5 years' time. Someone, not me. But in the meantime, you're stuck with me. And I look forward to working with you. The success of this organization depends on close cooperation, coordination, and trust between headquarters, the regional offices, and country offices. And I hope together with you, we will continue to strengthen the 3-level alignment. I'm committed to working closely with you, our regional and country office colleagues, and our member states to promote, provide, protect, power, and perform for the health of the Americas. Of course, you have big shoes to fill. My sister Carissa, thank you once again for your outstanding leadership over the past 10 years. As I said during the reception, especially your candor is something I really liked. I hope you enjoy some time off, but not too much. Your country needs you, your region needs you, the world needs you. Don't be a stranger. Once again, Dr. Jarbas, parabenes. I very much look forward to welcoming you to the Global Policy Group and to working with you for a healthier, safer, fairer Americas. I thank you. Muchas gracias. Merci beaucoup. Muito obrigado. Thank you.
Many thanks, Dr. Tedros. I think we're going to give the final word to Carissa. So, Madam Director, floor is yours.
Thank you so very much, Mr. President. Yeah, DG has to go, so it's unavoidable. Thank you, DG, for being here with us. I promise you I'm not going to be long. So I want to begin by sincerely congratulating our director-elect, Jarbas Barbosa. And Jarbas, you now have the privilege to lead the oldest, most prestigious public health organization in the world. I hope that makes you feel good, but I hope that makes you feel sufficiently humbled that you will work so closely with member states to meet the needs of the last person of this region. Let me also take this opportunity to thank all of the other candidates and their countries for putting themselves forward. It tells me that you have great confidence in this organization and that you are willing to give yourself to ensure that it goes from strength to strength. Let me assure member states, everything is ready for the transition. We will ensure, Jarbas doesn't need too much transition, but we will ensure that we have a fruitful transition process. So he will be ready to take the reins on the 1st of February. This is my commitment to you, member states. I have no doubt, I am fully convinced that Jarbas has the necessary knowledge after working with him for 4 years, that he does have the necessary knowledge, the expertise, and the experience to take the reins of what is a renowned organization and to take it to even higher heights. I look forward to hearing even greater things about PAHO. Let me thank member states as well for your confidence in multilateralism, for your confidence in PAHO, and because the Secretariat is as successful as you member states are engaged and committed. So thank you for this. And so also I want to thank Brazil and the other nominating countries, but all of you for bestowing upon me, come the 1st of February, the title of Director Emeritus. I will bear it very proudly, and I will continue to identify with this organization. I will keep a far distance from the management. I don't want that, but I will be proud to advocate for this organization as we move forward. So, you know, they say that the one thing that is constant is change. And today we've witnessed change. And I believe that as an organization, we need to continuously change. If we don't, we will be relegated to the fate of the dinosaurs. So PAHO is an old organization, but is an organization that needs to progress. So let me wish PAHO, its member states, its new directors, certainly the secretariat, let me wish you great progress, that you will continue into the next 120 years in solidarity for the health and well-being and the dignity of every last human being in this region. Thank you for the confidence that you displayed in me. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Teresa. You're quite right. The only constant has changed. When that photograph was taken, there were people hidden behind, starting with Monica, who will be the constant. Dr. Barbosa, Lou, and others who will be able to, I know, carry through a very successful transition and beyond. So it is 2:15. We're going to try to convene in no later than 1 hour from now. I apologize for that. We're trying to catch up with our agenda. Hope you can get lunch in that hour. We're going to start the afternoon with item 8.2, followed by 8.3, and then 4.7. So we'll see you all in an hour. Thank you.
And supervision of projects at the regional and national level, knowledge and networks in all areas of healthcare, capacity to convene people, mechanisms of transparency, and experience with responding to emergencies. Building partnerships has been essential to improving healthcare in the region. Life expectancy has increased by 36 years. The mortality rate for children under 5 has been reduced by 67%. Hundreds of millions of people have been able to get vaccinated and obtain access to medicines. Smallpox, polio, rubeola, and measles have been eradicated. Each of these achievements demonstrates what can be attained through collaboration. And yet, we still have much work to do. Many people's lives depend on us. Let us continue working together to bring health and hope to every corner of the Americas. The Pan American Health Organization.
Desde que iniciou o surto de sarampo no estado do Amapá, essa vacinação vem sendo realizada com muito empenho, com várias frentes de vacinação, principalmente na capital e nos municípios onde nós tivemos casos. Então, nós organizamos na forma de varredura, de vacinação casa a casa, estratégias em escolas, em creches. E teve um caso de sarampo de uma criança da creche, a gente veio oportunizar também, a gente veio verificar as cadernetas das crianças, encontramos muitas cadernetas desatualizadas, então o foco também foi esse, a gente fazer essas vacinas de rotina, atualizar e também priorizar a vacinação da tríplice viral, do sarampo, né?
A varredura vacinal é uma ação que a equipe de saúde vai até a população, batendo na casa e perguntando quem mora, qual a faixa etária e revisando o cartão de vacinação. A partir da revisão do cartão de vacinação é ofertada a vacina que esteja faltando para completar o esquema de vacinação daquela pessoa e atualizando toda a caderneta, não só de uma pessoa, mas de todos os residentes daquela casa.
Para a gente foi muito importante essas ações de varredura, principalmente com relação ao sarampo. Imagina, de 2019 para esse ano de 2022, a gente tinha 200 casos de sarampo. Então, a gente conseguiu controlar o surto de sarampo com essas ações, de modo que hoje a gente tem entre 10 e 12 casos.
Você acha que é importante você tomar vacina? Por quê?
Porque é ótima para nossa vida e nos livrar de todos os vermes e proteger as nossas famílias.
Las Américas, una región dinámica y diversa, pero también la más desigual del mundo. 201 millones de personas todavía viven en la pobreza. Enfermedades como la obesidad, la diabetes, la hipertensión y el colesterol alto son más prevalentes entre los pobres y los más vulnerables. La mortalidad de niños menores de 5 años es el doble cuando las madres tienen menor educación. Y cada año nacen 2 millones de niños de madres entre 15 y 19 años. Tenemos el deber de proteger a quienes más lo precisan. Haremos lo que sea necesario para que nadie quede atrás. Lo hemos hecho por más de un siglo y no vamos a parar. Porque nuestra determinación no para. Nuestra dedicación no para. Nuestro compromiso con las comunidades no para. Porque la vida no para. La salud es el recurso más valioso y un motor del desarrollo sostenible. Ayuda a cerrar brechas y a eliminar inequidades. Invertir en sistemas de salud resilientes es vital para la recuperación y la preparación para el futuro. Pero ninguna organización o nación puede abordar los desafíos de salud en las Américas por sí sola. Somos el socio de elección para promover la salud pública y el mejor instrumento para mejorar la calidad de vida de nuestras poblaciones. Tenemos cobertura en todos los países, capacidad de gestión y monitoreo de proyectos a nivel regional y nacional, conocimiento y redes en todas las áreas de salud, capacidad para convocar, mecanismos de transparencia y experiencia en dar respuestas a emergencias. Las alianzas han sido esenciales para mejorar la salud. La esperanza de vida aumentó 36 años. Las muertes de niños menores de 5 años se redujeron un 67%. Miles de millones de personas se han podido vacunar y acceder a medicamentos. Se eliminó la viruela, la poliomielitis, la rubéola y el sarampión. Cada éxito demuestra lo que la colaboración puede lograr. Pero todavía queda mucho por hacer. Las vidas de muchas personas dependen de nosotros. Llevemos juntos salud y esperanza a cada rincón de las Américas. Organización Panamericana de la Salud.
La diabetes, las enfermedades cardiovasculares, las enfermedades respiratorias crónicas y el cáncer son las principales enfermedades no transmisibles. En los últimos años, estas han aumentado impulsadas por el envejecimiento, la urbanización, la globalización y cambios en nuestros estilos de vida, hasta convertirse hoy día en la gran epidemia de nuestro tiempo. El impacto de las enfermedades no transmisibles puede reducirse con estilos de vida saludables, pero para adoptarlos, la voluntad individual no es suficiente. Por ejemplo, cuando comprar alimentos saludables es más costoso y difícil de encontrar que la comida chatarra. Cuando realizar...
But in turn, living like that, I just want to say something. Do you have your phone with you? Phone, or you mean your phone, so we can communicate, so I don't have to come in.
Pues de no hacerlo, cada vez más personas se enfermarán y necesitarán medicamentos y tratamientos costosos de por vida, los cuales podrían llevarlos a la ruina. Pero estamos a tiempo de poner un freno a esta epidemia, y algunos países en las Américas ya han tomado acciones, como por ejemplo, reformulando los productos procesados para hacerlos más saludables, informando a los consumidores acerca de su contenido y promoviendo un mayor acceso a alimentos frescos, regulando la venta de alimentos en las escuelas, así como proporcionando agua potable sin costo, aplicando impuestos al tabaco, alcohol y bebidas azucaradas para reducir su consumo, a la vez que facilitando el acceso a programas para dejar de fumar, prohibiendo el consumo de tabaco en espacios públicos cerrados, eliminando la publicidad.
Orlando, gracias. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo está, Dina?
Creando espacios para la
Sobreviviendo. Usted va.
así como promocionando las ciclovías recreativas y el uso del transporte público. Los gobiernos deben asegurar los servicios de salud para la población, el acceso a la detección oportuna, el diagnóstico, cuidados de salud y medicamentos, sin discriminación y sin que ello implique caer en dificultades económicas. Las personas deben tener apoyo y acceso a la información para empoderarse en el manejo de su propia salud, con el fin de mejorar el control de sus enfermedades y contribuir al desarrollo sano de ellos y sus familias. De esta forma, las personas como tú, yo y todos podremos unirnos a esta terrible epidemia y podremos disfrutar de una vida más larga y beneficiosa. Políticas públicas y hábitos saludables constituyen la receta para un mejor estilo de vida. Comparte esta información y si deseas saber más, visita nuestra página.
Okay, let me see, hang on. You can turn that off now.
La región se enfrenta a una inminente crisis por la importante disminución del número de niños que reciben todas las vacunas. En el 2021, en las Américas, 2.7 millones de niños menores de 1 año no recibieron o completaron sus esquemas de vacunas básicas a raíz de las interrupciones en los servicios de salud ocasionadas por la pandemia de la COVID-19. La pandemia también afectó la vigilancia de estas enfermedades y los sistemas de laboratorio. La región podría no ser capaz de detectar el próximo brote de una enfermedad prevenible por vacunación antes de que se convierta en una epidemia multinacional. Por la íntima relación entre epidemias y la vida en sociedad, estamos no solo ante un riesgo sanitario, sino también ante un riesgo económico, educacional y social. Necesitamos disminuir el riesgo de importación y de brotes de enfermedades que fueron eliminadas de las Américas, como la polio, la rubiola o el tétano.
Channel 1, testing, 1, 2, 3, check, 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 1, 2, it's good. Okay. Let me stay there, please.
Desde los programas de inmunización.
Testing 1, 2. Can you hear me? Okay.
Y pueda garantizar servicios de inmunización. Integración al sistema de atención primaria de la salud. Esto solo ocurrirá si los gobiernos y los socios se comprometen políticamente a cerrar las brechas en inmunización. Como principal de la región en todos los asuntos de salud pública, la OPS está perfectamente posicionada para ayudar a los Estados miembros a priorizar sus necesidades más urgentes e implementar acciones en favor de la vacunación. Continuemos con nuestra exitosa colaboración para fortalecer los programas nacionales de inmunización en toda la región. Es posible superar esta crisis. Juntos, hemos triunfado en el pasado y lo volveremos a hacer. Organización Panamericana de la Salud, 120 años. Somos la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, celebrando 120 años de solidaridad en la promoción de la salud y el bienestar de las personas, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
We live in a world that is evolving faster than ever, and in which life expectancy has increased by 20 years in half a century. For the first time, society and technology have advanced quicker than the life of a single person or a generation. Never before have 6 generations shared the planet. Generations who were born before the existence of antibiotics today coexist with younger generations that are being born into a biotechnology revolution at a time of high social connectivity. The aspiration is that this gift of 20 years in life expectancy is translated into a benefit and not a burden. The fact that people live longer, are sick for longer, and are therefore linked to health services for longer are reasons that demand the need for novel approaches. The gift of 20 more years in life expectancy requires that the physical and mental capacities of the population be fully developed and last longer. That allows us to not only to survive, but to thrive and actively contribute to this fast and demanding transformation. This is why health cannot remain only a concept or an abstract aspiration, but must be understood and measured as a resource and a tangible capacity. Understanding that health does not occur by itself and must be built throughout the lifespan and determined by special social conditions is essential. Building health throughout the life course seeks to motivate academia and health structures to look at health through this innovative lens. But beyond that, it intends to stimulate the application of the life course approach into public health practice and influence and determine the health trajectories of individuals and populations, and consequently, their capacity for human development.
las contribuciones determinadas a nivel nacional, NDC, reúnen los compromisos asumidos por los países para enfrentar el cambio climático. Incluyen acciones de adaptación al cambio de clima y de mitigación, la reducción de las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero y otros contaminantes atmosféricos. Su implementación trae beneficios: reducción del número de muertes, estadías en el hospital, licencias laborales y casos de enfermedades respiratorias y cardiovasculares relacionadas con la calidad del aire, entre otras consecuencias para el sistema público de salud, las empresas y el Estado. Para cuantificar los beneficios de las NDC, la Organización Mundial de la Salud desarrolló una herramienta de cálculo llamada Carbón H. Carbón H le permite a legisladores, votantes, tomadores de decisiones y empresarios contar con información sobre los efectos esperados sobre la salud de la mejoría en la calidad del aire. La NDC preparada por Colombia contiene 148 medidas para reducir el 51% de las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero para el año 2030 en relación a 2014. Usando la herramienta Carbón H, se estimaron que algunos de los co-beneficios a la salud de la implementación de las NDC son 25.600 muertes evitadas en el periodo 2021-2030 y 3.800 muertes evitadas al año a partir de 2030. 2.750 casos de hospitalización al año por causas respiratorias y cardiovasculares evitadas a partir de 2030. Reducción de 892.000 episodios de asma al año en población infantil a partir de 2030. Esto representa para la salud pública beneficios económicos de hasta 12.900 millones de dólares entre 2021 y 2030 y 1.800 millones de dólares al año, equivalente al 0.64% del PIB a partir de 2030. Carbón H es una herramienta gratuita al servicio de los países y la OPS está comprometida en proveer cooperación técnica para aprovecharla al máximo, incorporando los costos de salud y números tangibles a la acción climática. Solo faltas tú. Visita www.pajo.org y conoce tú también las experiencias, aplicaciones y posibilidades de Carbón H.
Vivimos en un mundo que evoluciona más rápido que nunca y en el que la esperanza de vida de las personas aumentó 20 años en medio siglo. Por primera vez, el curso social y tecnológico avanza más rápido que la vida de una persona o de una generación. Nunca antes hubo 6 generaciones compartiendo el planeta generaciones que nacieron antes de la existencia de los antibióticos y hoy conviven con generaciones más jóvenes que nacieron en plena revolución biotecnológica y de alta conectividad. La aspiración es que este regalo de 20 años en la esperanza de vida se traduzca en un beneficio y no en una carga. Que las personas vivan más tiempo y más tiempo enfermas y ligadas a los servicios de salud son razones que exigen la necesidad de enfoques novedosos. El regalo de 20 años más en la esperanza de vida exige que las capacidades físicas y mentales de la población sean desarrolladas a plenitud y que duren más tiempo, que permita no solo el sobrevivir, sino prosperar y contribuir activamente a esta información rápida y exigente. Es por esto por lo que la salud no puede quedarse solo en una aspiración abstracta, sino que debe entenderse y medirse como un recurso y una capacidad tangible. Entender que la salud no se da por sí sola y que debe ser construida a lo largo del curso de vida y determinada por condicionantes sociales es esencial. Construir la salud a lo largo del curso de la vida busca motivar a la academia y a las estructuras sanitarias a dar una mirada a la salud con ese lente innovador. Pero más allá, pretende motivar la aplicación del enfoque en la práctica de salud pública e influenciar y determinar las trayectorias de salud de los individuos y las poblaciones, y en consecuencia su capacidad para el desarrollo humano.
Desde que iniciou o surto de sarampo no estado do Amapá, essa vacinação vem sendo realizada com muito empenho, com várias frentes de vacinação, principalmente na capital e nos municípios onde nós tivemos casos. Então, nós organizamos na forma de varredura, de vacinação casa a casa, estratégias em escolas, em creches.
Teve um caso de sarampo de uma criança da creche, a gente veio oportunizar também, a gente veio verificar as cadernetas das crianças, encontramos muitas cadernetas desatualizadas, então o foco também foi esse, a gente fazer essas vacinas de rotina, atualizar e também priorizar a vacinação da tríplice viral, sarampo, né?
A varredura vacinal é uma ação que a equipe de saúde vai até a população, batendo na casa e perguntando quem mora, qual a faixa etária e revisando o cartão de vacinação. A partir da revisão do cartão de vacinação é ofertada a vacina que esteja faltando para completar o esquema de vacinação daquela pessoa e atualizando toda a caderneta, não só de uma pessoa, mas de todos os residentes daquela casa.
Para a gente foi muito importante essas ações de varredura, principalmente com relação ao sarampo. Imagina, de 2019 para esse ano de 2022, a gente tinha 200 casos de sarampo, então a gente conseguiu controlar o surto de sarampo com essas ações, de modo que hoje a gente tem entre 10 e 12 casos.
Você acha que é importante você tomar vacina? Por quê?
Porque é ótima para nossa vida e nos livrar de todos os vermes e proteger as nossas famílias.
Health is the most precious resource we have and an engine of sustainable development. It helps to close gaps and reduce inequalities. Investing in resilient healthcare systems is vital for their recovery and preparation for the future. However, no single nation or organization can tackle the health challenges facing the Americas alone. We are the partner of choice to promote public health and the best resource to improve the quality of life in our communities. We provide coverage in all countries, management and supervision of projects at the regional and national level, knowledge and networks in all areas of healthcare, capacity to convene people, mechanisms of transparency, and experience with responding to emergencies. Building partnerships has been essential to improving healthcare in the region. Life expectancy has increased by 36 years. The mortality rate for children under 5 has been reduced by 67%. Hundreds of millions of people have been able to get vaccinated and obtain access to medicines. Smallpox, polio, rubeola, and measles have been eradicated. Each of these achievements demonstrates what can be attained through collaboration. And yet, we still have much work to do. Many people's lives depend on us. Let us continue working together to bring health and hope to every corner of the Americas. The Pan American Health Organization.
Desde que iniciou o surto de sarampo no estado do Amapá, essa vacinação vem sendo realizada com muito empenho, com várias frentes de vacinação principalmente na capital e nos municípios onde nós tivemos casos. Então, nós organizamos na forma de varredura, de vacinação casa a casa, estratégias em escolas, em creches.
Teve um caso de sarampo de uma criança da creche, a gente veio oportunizar também, a gente veio verificar as cadernetas das crianças, encontramos muitas cadernetas desatualizadas, então o foco também foi esse, a gente fazer essas vacinas de rotina, atualizar e também priorizar a vacinação da tríplice viral, sarampo, né?
A varredura vacinal é uma ação que a equipe de saúde vai até a população, batendo na casa e perguntando quem mora, qual a faixa etária e revisando o cartão de vacinação. A partir da revisão do cartão de vacinação é ofertada a vacina que esteja faltando para completar o esquema de vacinação daquela pessoa e atualizando toda a caderneta, não só de uma pessoa, mas de todos os residentes daquela casa.
Para a gente foi muito importante essas ações de varredura, principalmente com relação ao sarampo. Imagina, de 2019 para esse ano de 2022, a gente tinha 200 casos de sarampo, então a gente conseguiu controlar o surto de sarampo com essas ações, de modo que hoje a gente tem entre 10 e 12 casos.
Você acha que é importante você tomar vacina? Por quê?
Porque é ótima para nossa vida e nos livrar de todos os vermes e proteger as nossas famílias.
Las Américas, una región dinámica y diversa, pero también la más desigual del mundo. 201 millones de personas todavía viven en la pobreza. Enfermedades como la obesidad, la diabetes, la hipertensión y el colesterol alto son más prevalentes entre los pobres y los más vulnerables. La mortalidad de niños menores de 5 años es el doble cuando las madres tienen menor educación. Cada año nacen 2 millones de niños de madres entre 15 y 19 años. Tenemos el deber de proteger a quienes más lo precisan. Haremos lo que sea necesario para que nadie quede atrás. Lo hemos hecho por más de un siglo y no vamos a parar, porque nuestra determinación no para. Nuestra dedicación no para. Nuestro compromiso con las comunidades no para. porque la vida no para. La salud es el recurso más valioso y un motor del desarrollo sostenible. Ayuda a cerrar brechas y a eliminar inequidades. Invertir en sistemas de salud resilientes es vital para la recuperación y la preparación para el futuro. Pero ninguna organización o nación puede abordar los desafíos de salud en las Américas por sí sola. Somos el socio de elección para promover la salud pública y el mejor instrumento para mejorar la calidad de vida de nuestras poblaciones. Tenemos cobertura en todos los países, capacidad de gestión y monitoreo de proyectos a nivel regional y nacional, conocimiento y redes en todas las áreas de salud, capacidad para convocar, mecanismos de transparencia y experiencia en dar respuestas a emergencias. Las alianzas han sido esenciales para mejorar la salud en la región. La esperanza de vida aumentó 36 años. Las muertes de niños menores de 5 años se redujeron un 67%. Miles de millones de personas se han podido vacunar y acceder a medicamentos. Se eliminó la viruela, la poliomielitis, la rubéola y el sarampión. Cada éxito demuestra lo que la colaboración puede lograr. Pero todavía queda mucho por hacer. Las vidas de muchas personas dependen de nosotros. Llevemos juntos salud y esperanza a cada rincón de las Américas. Organización Panamericana de la Salud.
La diabetes, las enfermedades cardiovasculares, las enfermedades respiratorias crónicas y el cáncer son las principales enfermedades no transmisibles. En los últimos años, estas han aumentado impulsadas por el envejecimiento, la urbanización, la globalización y cambios en nuestros estilos de vida, hasta convertirse hoy día en la gran epidemia de nuestro tiempo. El impacto de las enfermedades no transmisibles puede reducirse con estilos de vida saludables, pero para adoptarlos, la voluntad individual no es suficiente. Por ejemplo, cuando comprar alimentos saludables es más costoso y difícil de encontrar que la comida chatarra. Cuando realizar ejercicio físico es todo un desafío porque no contamos con áreas verdes acondicionadas, cercanas y seguras. Cuando dejar de fumar o de beber resulta complicado porque la publicidad de estos productos nos invade en todas partes. Se requieren leyes y normas que hagan de la opción saludable la más fácil de tomar, pues de no hacerlo, cada vez más personas se enfermarán y necesitarán medicamentos y tratamientos costosos de por vida, los cuales podrían llevarlos a la ruina. Pero estamos a tiempo de poner un freno a esta epidemia, y algunos países en las Américas ya han tomado acciones, como por ejemplo, reformulando los productos procesados para hacerlos más saludables, informando a los consumidores acerca de su contenido y promoviendo un mayor acceso a alimentos frescos, regulando la venta de alimentos en las escuelas, así como proporcionando agua potable sin costo, aplicando impuestos al tabaco, alcohol y bebidas azucaradas para reducir su consumo, a la vez que facilitando el acceso a programas para dejar de fumar, prohibiendo el consumo de tabaco en espacios públicos cerrados y limitando la publicidad en cigarros, alcohol y comida chatarra, creando espacios para la realización de actividades físicas, así como promocionando las ciclovías recreativas y el uso del transporte público. Los gobiernos deben asegurar los servicios de salud para la población, el acceso a la detección oportuna, el diagnóstico, cuidados de salud y medicamentos, sin discriminación y sin que ello implique caer en dificultades económicas. Las personas deben tener apoyo y acceso a la información para empoderarlas en el manejo de su propia salud, con el fin de mejorar el control de sus enfermedades y contribuir a un desarrollo sano de ellos y sus familias. De esta forma, las personas como tú, yo y todos pondremos un alto a esta terrible epidemia y podremos disfrutar de una vida más larga y beneficiosa. Políticas públicas y hábitos saludables constituyen la receta para un mejor estilo de vida. Comparte esta información y si deseas saber más, visita nuestra página.
The impact of the pandemic on our mental health has been enormous. This is an unprecedented time that we are living.
There is no health without mental health. It can affect anybody at any point in time.
In addition to facing COVID-19 for the Caribbean, we are also facing the hurricane season, and that is a situation that we cannot avoid. It happens.
And we've had flooding in the past, we had earthquake in the past, so it's about being able to use everything we know now and plan for that.
Coordination is extremely relevant so that we can guarantee that the services are reaching to people who are more vulnerable. We had 14 countries from the Caribbean that participated in the course.
The course in itself was really, really extensive. One of the key things that happened in Trinidad and Tobago was that we started our mental health and psychosocial support technical working group.
Using the IAC guideline, the Interagency and Standing Committee guideline, for mental health and psychosocial support coordination, which is a tool that has 4 Ws: who is doing what, where, and when. And that helps them to develop a map of what are the resources are in their country, and then develop a plan of action, because we want to send the message that MHPSS, which is mental health and psychosocial support, is coordinated by different agencies.
Coordination in mental health really means getting everybody together, everybody becomes involved.
O envelhecimento abre um mundo de possibilidades. A possibilidade de continuar fazendo o que amamos e ser quem somos. Mas, sem o suporte adequado, o envelhecimento também pode trazer limitações. Saúde debilitada, vulnerabilidade, solidão. Acreditamos que em um ambiente seguro, acolhedor e solidário, pode transformar o envelhecimento em uma oportunidade para ser saudável, para viver plenamente, para aceitar a mudança e continuar aprendendo e se desenvolvendo. Acreditamos que todas as pessoas têm o direito de prosperar em qualquer idade, adicionando dignidade aos anos, bem-estar aos anos, vida aos anos. Década do envelhecimento saudável nas Américas. Adicionar vida aos anos.
Vivemos em um mundo que está evoluindo mais rápido do que nunca e no qual a expectativa de vida aumentou 20 anos em meio século. Pela primeira vez, a sociedade e a tecnologia avançam mais rápido do que a vida de uma pessoa ou de uma geração. Nunca antes, 6 gerações compartilharam o planeta. Gerações que nasceram antes da existência dos antibióticos, hoje convivem com gerações mais jovens que nasceram em plena revolução biotecnológica e de alta conectividade social. A aspiração é que esse presente de 20 anos na expectativa de vida se traduza em um benefício e não um fardo. O fato de as pessoas viverem mais, permanecerem doentes por mais tempo e, portanto, ficarem mais tempo vinculadas aos serviços de saúde são motivos que demandam novas abordagens. O ganho de 20 anos a mais na expectativa de vida exige que as capacidades físicas e mentais da população sejam plenamente desenvolvidas e que durem por mais tempo. Isso permite não apenas sobreviver, mas prosperar e contribuir ativamente para essa transformação rápida e exigente. É por isso que a saúde não pode ser considerada apenas como uma aspiração abstrata, mas deve ser entendida e medida como um recurso e uma capacidade tangível. Entender que a saúde não acontece por si mesma e que deve ser construída ao longo da vida, ao mesmo tempo que é influenciada por condições sociais específicas, é essencial. O documento Construindo a Saúde no Curso de Vida busca motivar a academia e as estruturas de saúde a olhar para a saúde por meio dessa visão inovadora. Mas, além disso, pretende motivar a aplicação da abordagem do curso de vida na prática da saúde pública para, assim, abordar melhor os fatores que influenciam e determinam as trajetórias de saúde de indivíduos e populações, e, consequentemente, a sua capacidade de desenvolvimento humano.
The Americas, a dynamic region full of diversity, and yet the most unequal in the world. 201 million people still live in poverty. Illnesses such as obesity, diabetes, hypertension, and high cholesterol are more prevalent among poor and vulnerable populations. The mortality rate is twice as high for children under 5 with undereducated mothers. And every year, 2 million babies are born to mothers between the ages of 15 and 19. It is our duty to protect those who are most in need. We will do whatever is necessary to ensure that no one is left behind. We've been doing so for over a century, and we're not going to stop now. Because our determination doesn't stop. Our dedication doesn't stop. Our commitment to our communities doesn't stop. And because life doesn't stop. Health is the most precious resource we have and an engine of sustainable development. It helps to close gaps and reduce inequalities. Investing in resilient healthcare systems is vital for their recovery and preparation for the future. However, no single nation or organization can tackle the health challenges facing the Americas alone. We are the partner of choice to promote public health and the best resource to improve the quality of life in our communities. We provide coverage in all countries, management and supervision of projects at the regional and national level, knowledge and networks in all areas of healthcare, capacity to convene people, mechanisms of transparency, and experience with responding to emergencies. Building partnerships has been essential to improving healthcare in the region. Life expectancy has increased by 36 years. The mortality rate for children under 5 has been reduced by 67%. Hundreds of millions of people have been able to get vaccinated and obtain access to medicines. Smallpox, polio, rubeola, and measles have been eradicated. Each of these achievements demonstrates what can be attained through collaboration. And yet, we still have much work to do. Many people's lives depend on us. Let us continue working together to bring health and hope to every corner of the Americas. The Pan American Health Organization.
The nationally determined contributions, NDCs, meet the commitments made by countries to face climate change. They include adaptation to climate change and mitigation actions, the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions and other atmospheric pollutants. Their implementation brings about benefits: reduction of the number of deaths, number and length of stay in hospitals, number of sick leaves, and respiratory and cardiovascular disease cases related to the quality of the air. among other consequences for the public health system, the companies, and the state. In order to quantify the benefits brought about by NDCs, the World Health Organization developed a tool called Carbon H. Carbon H allows legislators, voters, decision makers, and entrepreneurs to have the information they need on the expected effects on health of the enhancement of the air quality. The NDC, as prepared by Columbia, encompasses 148 measures aimed at reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 51% by the year 2030, as compared to 2014. By using the Carbon H tool, it is estimated that some of the health co-benefits of implementing the NDCs are avoiding 25,600 deaths over the period 2021 to 2030, and 3,800 per year after 2030. As of 2030, 2,750 cases of hospitalization per year caused by respiratory and cardiovascular disorders will be avoided, reducing 892,000 asthma episodes in children per year after the year 2030. This represents economic benefits for the public health system of up to $12.9 billion during the period 2021 to 2030, and of $1.8 billion per year, or the equivalent of 0.64% of GDP as of the year 2030. Carbon H is free of charge for countries, and PAHO is committed to providing the necessary technical cooperation to make the most of it by adding the healthcare costs and tangible figures to the climate actions. You're the only one missing. Visit www.paho.org and get acquainted with the experiences, applications, and possibilities offered by Carbon H.
Hello, Paula.
Buenos dias.
Bom dia.
O que você gostaria de falar hoje?
Hola.
Oi.
Hi, I'm Paula. I'm the Pan American Health Organization's first digital health specialist on alcohol use.
Why we developed Paola? The COVID-19 pandemic amplified two chronic problems we had with alcohol. One is misinformation on the internet and social media, and the other is the limited health professional capacity to deal with alcohol problems in the health system. Therefore, the pandemic accelerated the need for a trusted and reliable source of information to improve health literacy related to alcohol, as well as to help people assess their risk and decide on a change plan towards a healthier lifestyle.
Yeah.
What or who is Paola, and why do you think we need her?
I was built to provide reliable information about the impact alcohol can have on your health. I want to help reduce your risk of harm from alcohol use.
Beber álcool pode causar câncer?
Há uma forte ligação entre o álcool e as doenças crônicas, particularmente o câncer.
How can I make sure I drink responsibly?
I'm sorry to say, but there's no such thing as responsible drinking.
¿Cómo sé si estoy bebiendo demasiado?
Puedo ayudarte a evaluar si lo que bebes puede causarte daños.
Paola is a conversational agent created by PAHO, the first in the world dedicated to alcohol topics. She's built with artificial intelligence and the latest scientific information on hundreds of alcohol-related topics. Paola speaks English, Portuguese, and Spanish to an unlimited number of users, 24 hours per day, 7 days a week, in a way that is totally anonymous, confidential, and free to the user. She can be reached by mobile phone, desktop, tablet, or other similar device.
Why a digital health specialist for this obviously really important function? What was your decision there?
Paola can answer your questions on alcohol and health or alcohol-related harms can screen for your alcohol risk and guide you towards a change or quit plan. She can also refer users to treatment resources in their own country.
Boa tarde. Good afternoon. Buenas tardes. Les poderia pedir la ayuda para convocar sus colegas, se es que me ayudan, para que podamos recomeçar la tarde. Can I kindly ask your help to reach out to your colleagues from other member states so we can have quorum to start the afternoon? Thank you. If you could also please take a seat so we can count. And I would invite the advisors, yes, to jump to the front seat. Thank you very much. I saw Guatemala responded to my plea. Guyana is with us. Okay. Suriname is about to take a seat. The Netherlands as well. Thank you. Okay. Here we go. 14, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay, we have 20. We have 20. Come on, can you reach out to your colleagues in other delegations maybe? My staff is out trying to grab you, your counterparts. Okay, I see St. Lucia stepping in. St. Kitts stepping in. Thank you. Can I ask some? Yes, thank you, St. Lucia. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 22, thank you very much. We're ready to go, Mr. President.
Thank you, Monica, as always. Secretariat. I know after the excitement of this morning, it's going to seem a little bit anticlimactic this afternoon, but we have a lot of business still to conduct. I'd like to start by indicating that I would hope to receive your support for continuing with our work right through to 6 o'clock without a health break / coffee break in order to be able to catch up a little bit of time. I don't think any of us want to be here 5 p.m. on Friday afternoon. So if you all agree, that's what we will do. And of course, people can come in and out and get coffee or whatever they would like as we proceed. As I mentioned this morning, or I guess it was this afternoon earlier, we're going to proceed with item 8.2, followed by 8.3, and then 4.7. So now that we have one of the most senior officials with us here from the Secretariat, we can even more legitimately get going. So 8.2, report on strategic issues between PAHO and the WHO. Sort of too bad we didn't have this when Dr. Tedros was here. I'd like to bring document CSP 30/INF/2 to the attention of the conference. Invite our good friend Ronnie to come up, the Director of the Department of Planning, Budget and Evaluation. Come up to the table. I'm going to ask Suriname to come up as representative of the executive committee, but I don't think it'll be fair to ask him to report if he doesn't have his report in front of him. It's like giving a church lesson. Just read what's in front of you.
Thank you, President. Item 8.2, report on strategic issues between PAHO and the WHO. The Executive Committee reviewed an earlier version of the report on strategic issues between PAHO and the WHO at its session in June. In the committee's discussions of the report, delegates expressed thanks to the Bureau for its efforts to facilitate participation by PAHO member states in the global discussions underway within the WHO on preparedness and response to health emergencies, governance, and other topics. The Executive Committee called on the Bureau to continue working with the WHO Secretariat to find virtual working arrangements and hours that would enable an equitable participation by member states in the region. The importance of ensuring transparent, inclusive, consensus-based processes with realistic timeframes was stressed. Delegates welcomed the presentation of the report of the Working Group on Strengthening WHO Preparedness and Response to Health Emergencies and establishment of the Standing Committee on Health Emergency Prevention, Preparedness, and Response. The latter was seen as an opportunity for the region to make a significant contribution to strengthening the organization's overall response to health emergencies. It was considered essential for the countries of the region to take an active role in member state-led process, to consider amendments to the international health regulations and in intergovernmental negotiating body on a new WHO convention or other international instrument on pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. Concerning the discussion on sustainable financing of the WHO, while the needs to advocate for adequate funding for the organization was recognized, it was also considered necessary to work to improve its governance. In that connection, the WHO Executive Board decision to establish an agile member state task force on strengthening WHO budgetary, programmatic, and financing governance was applauded. Thank you, Mr. President. This concludes my report on this item.
Many thanks, sir, and I'm very well done on absolutely no notice. Ronnie, turn to you now.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. President, Assistant Director, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, and colleagues in health. In view of the feedback received from member states during the 59th Directing Council, this report has been structured to focus on leadership and governance, as well as accountability and transparency issues, given that that's the emphasis our member states ask us to highlight. Under leadership and governance, the report presents the following matters considered by the World Health Assembly in May this year and the Executive Board earlier. 1, strengthening WHO preparedness and response to health emergencies. 2, extension of the 13th General Program of Work to 2025 and revisions to the WHO program budget 2022-23, which you approved yesterday in the revised program budget of PAHO. Sustainable financing of WHO, including the historical approval of the Health Assembly that member states recommended the gradual increase of assessed contributions for a more sustainable financing of WHO programs, which is critical. The 75th World Health Assembly in May gave clear indications on the way forward related to these important matters of WHO governance, which will continue requiring member states' engagement. We thanked our member states from the region for their active engagement in the working groups on sustainable financing and the working group on strengthening preparedness and response to health emergencies, ensuring that the region's voice counted in such important global discussions and decisions. The Bureau, here, the PAHO Secretariat, stands ready to continue working with our member states as necessary to facilitate their continuous engagement and regional consultations as needed or requested. WHO is also conducting consultations with member states as requested by the 75th World Health Assembly regarding the extension of the General Program of Work Results Framework following the approval of its extension. A global online consultation was held on 30th June, and we are planning regional consultations with our colleagues in WHO headquarters during October and November. In addition to all these consultations, the PAHO Secretariat, or Executive Management, and technical networks continued participating in many high-level exchanges on strategic, technical, and operational matters of interest to both PAHO and WHO to represent the region and identify opportunities in those areas of priority or interest to our member states, and of course, to the Secretariat. Under accountability and transparency matters, I am pleased to note the increased financing to the region from WHO in 2021, and we see a continued trend, and we're pleased to see the continued trend of increased allocations to the region, including a recent commitment of our Director General for additional flexible funds to finance the program budget. This is thanks to your advocacy and your collaboration that we continue to work together to ensure that there is a more equitable distribution of the WHO funds across headquarters and the regional offices. I'm pleased to note that my colleague, the Director of Planning, Budget, and Resource Coordination, Mr. Holo, is in the room with us today, and he will be presenting on the program budget, the proposed program budget 24-25 in the subsequent item. Member states, we are really pleased to see that the increased allocation of the budget has an opportunity to translate additional funding to the region, but also to highlight that the decisions on sustainable financing are critical both for PAHO and WHO to ensure that we respond to the priorities in the programs that you approve. However, gaps remain in financing as highlighted yesterday, and this requires an ongoing collaboration with our member states and the WHO colleagues. I thank you for your attention.
Many thanks, Ronnie. So now I'd like to open the floor for delegates. Any delegate to make any comments on this item? Any volunteers? Argentina, we'll start with you.
Gracias, señor presidente. Thank you, Mr. President. Argentina takes note of the report. First of all, we'd like to thank the Bureau for the assistance and cooperation provided to member states in order to be able to participate in deliberations and consultations at a global and regional level. The region of the Americas has a unique position in order to provide sound perspectives on issues such as the strengthening of preparedness and response of WHO when dealing with health emergencies, including leadership and governance. Thus, we rejoice to see that the U.S. is the president of this working group on strengthening of WHO and the role of Brazil representing the Americas in the intergovernmental negotiation body in order to draft and negotiate a convention or an agreement. We also wish to stress the importance of the contributions by a region in global processes that are taking place. In particular, we believe that it is extremely relevant to continue holding meetings organized by the organization on the different processes that are being followed in Geneva in order to strengthen the position of countries in the region, and in particular those underrepresented, and to promote a more proactive representation in long-term processes. In connection with the work methods of the different groups and bodies, we stress the importance of ensuring transparent, inclusive processes based on consensus that will respect the needs of member states with realistic terms. Thank you, sir.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. The United States appreciates this comprehensive report on strategic issues between WHO and PAHO. The report demonstrates the important work the organization continues to do to improve governance, accountability, and transparency. The United States also commends the ongoing deliberations aimed at the effective cooperation among member states in preparing for and responding to future health emergencies. The United States welcomes the increase in funding dedicated by the WHO to the Regional Office for the Americas, further strengthening the capacity of the organization to assist member states in the region. In particular, we highlight the importance of additional funding from the WHO going towards PAHO's capacity to implement and oversee established programs to combat sexual exploitation and abuse. As WHO member states consider WHO proposed increases to assess contributions ahead of the 2023 WHA, we look forward to working with our partners in PAHO to ensure that WHO provides sufficient information in the forthcoming implementation plan on reforms and budget proposal so that member states can make fully informed decisions. We commend PAHO's close partnership with WHO and member states throughout the various efforts to strengthen WHO's preparedness and response to health emergencies. Your leadership and coordination have been instrumental in elevating the region's priorities and perspectives in these discussions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, US. Canada, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Canada would like to thank the Secretariat for this comprehensive report on strategic issues between PAHO and WHO. PAHO's close collaboration and communication with WHO is of the utmost importance, and we are encouraged to hear about the important work happening at the global level, for which we know our region's contributions are critical. We look forward to working constructively with all member states, particularly with those in our region on the working group on IHR amendments to continue to advance health emergency prevention, preparedness, and response at all levels. The Standing Committee on Health Emergency Prevention, Preparedness, and Response has the potential to make a significant contribution to strengthening the governance capacity of the Executive Board and will provide us with the space to engage in deeper and more detailed discussion of WHO's work on health emergencies. We would be honored to serve on this committee and commit to collaborating with all member states in the Americas and ensuring open and transparent communication with all of you on this work. The Agile Member State Task Group on Strengthening WHO Budgetary, Programmatic, and Financing Governance is also an opportunity for our region to contribute to a stronger WHO. We note that several member states from the region provided thoughtful and constructive submissions to the task group over the summer. We encourage continued active member state participation from across our region so that we can share the experiences and practices that contribute to PAHO's transparency, accountability, efficiency, and effectiveness with the aim of translating them into the WHO context where appropriate. We have the opportunity through the task group to influence and strengthen the WHO Secretariat's forthcoming implementation plan, an important tool that can build our confidence in WHO's direction and operation. Finally, Canada continues to support the development of a WHO convention, agreement, or other international instrument on pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. We see significant value in collaborative regional approaches to develop and eventually implement the instrument. As mentioned during EC, one area we think the Americas could speak with a single voice is on the importance of advancing gender equality, including through collecting sex and gender disaggregated health data, developing and implementing gender responsive policies for pandemics, and by increasing gender diversity in advisory and senior level public health decision-making roles. Thank you.
Thanks, Canada. UK.
Thank you very much, President, and I very much welcome the reports on these really important issues. I would like to echo comments from the US on the importance of implementing overseeing programs linked to sexual exploitation and abuse. Very much welcome the progress and what was agreed at World Health Assembly on sustainable financing. And I'd like to echo the comments just made by Canada on the Agile Member State Task Group. This is a really important opportunity to look at WHO reform. And it is so important that we get the input of all from across the region. We have a separate item later, so I'll just be brief, but I think the international health regulation amendments are crucial, but it's really important we also consider it from the lens of small island states. And likewise, the Intergovernmental Negotiating Body, many of us here were there in July as we made great progress in agreeing a way forward on that. But once again, it's really important that everybody can inclusively contribute to that process. And we look forward to the next meeting in December. Thank you very much.
Thanks, UK. Any other delegations wish to speak? No. I don't think I see any. So Ronnie, any comments, further comments from you?
Thank you, Mr. President, and to the 4 member states for their comments, Argentina, USA, Canada, and the UK. First of all, thanks for your continued support and for your availability to collaborate with us also when we convene the regional engagement opportunities. As I said before, the Secretariat stands ready to continue facilitating your participation. And Dr. Etienne has been very clear with us that whatever we can do, especially for those member states that do not have missions in Geneva, that we do provide the necessary attention to facilitate regional space to hear from all our member states. And in that regard, as I said, we will be facilitating additional consultations on the key points that have been mentioned now in October and November, and we will be releasing the information on those dates and arrangements soon. Regarding the points on financing, I'd just like to highlight that on the point on governance and transparency, and specifically to the prevention and response to sexual exploitation and harassment, I'm pleased to update that the budget, as you noticed, was increased by 2.9 million in the area. And so far, we have received a commitment from WHO headquarters with $1.6 million. And the work of our ethics office and colleagues continues in that regard. And there is an update that was presented at the executive committee as well. With regards to also reforms on accountability and transparency, we collaborate closely with our colleagues in WHO headquarters to provide the PAHO's experience, the success stories, and those that can benefit and contribute, as we did also with the implementation, the assessment of the WHO program budget through the new output scorecard. And my colleague, Mr. Holo, will present to you an update on how they are also planning to increase the engagement and the whole process of program budget development in the subsequent item. With regards to the IHR, there's a specific item on this. My colleague, Dr. Ugarte, I'm sure will update on that under item 8.4. I believe it's also just to highlight on the regional collaboration that the regional voice and that we maximize those opportunities that are available. And as I said before, we'll continue everything that we can do from our side to facilitate your participation. Thank you so much.
Many thanks, Ronnie. And the Madame Director in disguise has no comments, I understand, so that's okay. Just a final comment from me as the president, and frankly also wearing my Canadian hat. And I'd like, if members agree, to make sure that this is included in the final report at this point. I think regardless of which one of us, or many of us, several of us, are involved in various aspects of the WHO's work, in particular, the Bureau work. So I think of Brazil, for example, our representative on the INB Bureau. I think of the work that the US has done in representing the region on dealing with the IHRs. Our GRUA rep from Haiti now. Our 6 members of the board, the executive board, Canada, the US, Brazil, Colombia, Paraguay, and Peru. That I think it'd be very important and frankly, within the board, whether it's Canada and Paraguay, maybe others over time who serve on the Standing Committee on Emergencies, all of us need to do, I would argue, 2 things. One is, in addition to our national perspectives, and where we can and where possible, provide a regional perspective. We heard from one of the delegations about hoping there might be a consensus view with respect to issues related to gender equality. We appreciate that not everybody will agree on every item from the region, but it is important that when we have the opportunity, that we reflect not just our national position, but where we can, the PAHO perspective. And I encourage all members to think along those lines. And secondly, the importance of consultation within the region for all of us, all of you that play that role as representatives of the region and various entities of the WHO. You have it's not just an obligation, but in fact a responsibility, and indeed consistent with what we need to have in this practice in our organization here in PAHO, to ensure that we are continually consulting internally, making sure that we follow the principles of transparency and engagement within the region, so that no one is left unknown or unfamiliar with some of the progress or issues that are being discussed at the WHO simply because we're not members of any particular bureau. So I encourage all members to act accordingly. Okay, can we move then to item 8.3, regional consultation on the program budget 2024-2025 of the World Health Organization. Document CSP 30/INF/3. I invite Mr. Imre Holo, the Director of Planning, Resource Coordination and Performance Monitoring of the World Health Organization, WHO, to come to the head table and present the item. And if you could keep your comments to 8 minutes, that would be appreciated. Thank you very much. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, everybody. I must say, I understand that I have to be short, and I was coming from the regional committee in Euro, where I had 2 minutes to present the program budget. So this is already a huge.
Okay, you only get 6 minutes.
All right. So I would like to start by saying thank you to the member states for the support you have given to WHO on sustainable financing. It has been, I know, particularly difficult for the member states of the PAHO region for various reasons. And I also understand that it's still an ongoing process before the final decision is actually made when the program budget 24-25 is adopted. We also understand that there's no such thing as free lunch, and there's been very clear expectations vis-a-vis WHO in terms of financial, budgetary governance, transparency, PRSEH, where you would like to see improvements. And in my presentation, I'm going to talk about that. So basically, what we have heard during the sustainable financing discussion, and since then through the meetings of the Agile Member State Task Group, is that in terms of the budget, there are maybe, these are the 5 most important elements where you were hoping to see improvements. One was the prioritization process, and here this particular region was very strong, that you wanted a much more diligent and disciplined prioritization when it comes to the budget in WHO. We were planning to be able to spend more time on that, but we understand that maybe the regional committee, because its format is not the right format for that, because there's so many other agenda items. And as my friend Roni explained, we're going to have a follow-up session in October, I think 25th, where we're going to spend more time on the elements of the GPW extension and also on the prioritization of the region. You have also asked for more involvement by member states in the program budget development process, and I will show you that we will try to do that. But most importantly, and maybe this is new information, the chair of the PBAC has called a special informal session of the PBAC at the last week of November, where we're going to discuss mainly program budget related issues, including prioritization. So I think that in itself will also give additional opportunities to discuss. You had also asked for a better format to present the budget. You wanted a simpler, shorter, easier to understand document. At the same time, you ask for more details. It sounds a little bit impossible to do at the same time, but we have an idea, and then I will talk about that a little bit later. You also asked that we are showing efficiencies that you would like us to achieve and show you that we are using the resources to achieve the maximum results from the available resources. And lastly, you ask for more clarity on how the assessed contribution is going to be used, especially how the increase of the assessed contribution is going to be distributed and used. Just to, and I understand that I don't have time to go into these details, but I just would like to say that in the prioritization process, we have basically set it into or divided into three parts. We have come up with global priorities based on data and evidence. These are the areas where we need to ramp up the game, our work, in order to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, and these are the areas where the biggest gaps are, and where we think we can make a difference. We're going to discuss regional priorities later. That is coming from you, where you say what the regional priorities are in the regions, and of course we are, and my colleague Ronnie is conducting country prioritization, and then we are bringing the three elements together, and that will form the program budget 24-25. This is just to show you what the global priorities are, which are coming from the data analysis, but I'm not going to go into details because we will have a chance to discuss that later in October. There's also an important difference that we would like to make, because even if we've done prioritization before, it really didn't matter. There was no real consequences of that, because at the end of the day, we implement whatever is funded. And yesterday, when I was listening to your discussion on the review of the results report in PAHO, it was the same issues that we heard also globally, that some of the priority areas continue to be underfunded or unfunded, and then they're not going to be implemented. So with the sustainable financing as a possibility coming in, but also with your help, we would like to make a corporate commitment that those priorities that we agree on would be funded to a certain percentage. This, of course, depends that we manage to define a small number of priorities. If we end up with a priority for everything, then simply we just don't have enough flexible resources to be able to do that. So this is work in progress, but this is what we would like to offer, and this is what we would like to strive for. Talking about the program budget 24-25. First of all, we are coming with a request for no budget increase compared to the revised program budget 22-23. And this is a little bit also in connection with the request for more efficiency. So we hope to be able to work within the available means, make sure that we're implementing whatever we have, and we would like to further improve the efficiency of the use of resources. So the 22-23 program budget will remain at the same level as the revised, 24-25 program budget will remain at the same level as the revised 22-23. Having said that, we're still committed to continue to increase the share of the country offices within that budget. And in the proposed program budget, the share of country offices will reach 47.9%, so 48% of the total, which will be made available possible by reducing the share of headquarters. And we're still in negotiation with our regional director colleagues what will happen to the regional offices share. But definitely headquarters share will reduce and the country offices share will increase. And this is just to show you that under Dr. Tedros's term, when he became DG, this share was 39.3%, and now we're close to 50%. So I think there's a very clear improvement in this area. This is the overall budget, and there's not a lot of surprises here because it's basically the same as the revised 22-23 budget. But I just wanted to show you the share of the Americas region within this budget and how it improved from 2018-19 to 24-25. And you can see that basically from 190 million, it grew to almost 300 million in 2 or 3 biennia. So that again reflects our commitment to really concentrate on the regions and on the countries, and that's where the increases are going to be distributed in the future as well. Again, I'm not going to go into more details, but one of the issues was how the budget is going to be presented. And basically, our proposal is that we're coming up with a very short, hopefully nice document that will be easy to read. And then we come up with a digital annex on a website where if you want more details, you can then go in and in a sort of a funnel way, you can get more and more details about what's behind a short executive summary. And this is just one of the elements that we're working on, that we are really trying to bring together the scorecard, the prioritization exercise, financing, costing, and the indicators, which are of course also very important of the budget in a sort of an integrated way when we're looking at the numbers. And this is what Ronnie and others have already mentioned, that we are going to have as a next session, a deep dive session on prioritization with you member states, PAHO member states, on October 25th. The country level prioritization process is happening in October, November. And then we are going to have several sessions in both formal and informal in Geneva before the program budget document is finalized and submitted for the executive board for the first reading. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Imre. Appreciate that. Excellent overview. Now I'd like to open the floor to delegates for any comments or questions or like to say. I recognize Canada.
Thank you, Mr. President. We thank WHO for this report, an opportunity for a regional discussion, which reminds us that health is an investment rather than a cost. Further increasing investments at the country level to deliver on the GPW 13 is key to accelerating progress towards the achievement of the health-related sustainable development goals. During the working group on sustainable financing, member states, including Canada, emphasized how important it was to strengthen the process through which WHO's program budget is developed and costed, and the need for member states to better understand how country and regional level prioritization drives budget allocations. We appreciate that WHO has heeded these messages. The document's description of prioritization criteria is very useful. While the Americas region already has a strong prioritization process in place, Defining components to be used across regions will improve consistency, understanding, and transparency. This is important to ensure results will be comparable and available for each region. Canada supports the plan to have member states identify which programmatic outputs will best serve their needs to achieve prioritized outcomes. A strong message from member states in the Working Group on Sustainable Financing was that not all outputs are of equal priority, and this needs to be considered when deciding how to invest WHO's resources. As part of this overall process, we are looking forward to understanding better how country and regional level priorities drive WHO's global normative agenda and overall work plan of headquarters. We are glad to see a continued commitment to funding accountability, compliance, and risk management, as these enabling functions protect the effectiveness of WHO's programmatic investments and integrity of the institution. It is crucial that these areas of work, alongside other aspects of strengthening governance, remain a priority at all three levels of the organization. We would be grateful for additional information on the plan to direct flexible funds to high priority outputs. Would this significantly differ from the current direction of flexible funds? And how would this be expected to impact the Secretariat's current practice of using flexible funds to cover outcomes that don't attract earmarked funding? In closing, we recognize the value of the approach outlined in this report to focus efforts in areas where the most progress can be made with the greatest potential for health gains. At the same time, we must keep equity at the heart of health and address the needs of the most vulnerable and marginalized, even if progress on this front is incremental. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. Any other delegations wish to speak? This item, United States of America, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. The United States reviewed this report, and we note with appreciation the presentation and the information provided here today. We would like to also say that we look forward to the consultation process in October and November, and we look forward to participating in that process and development of the program and budget, which will be presented to the WHO Executive Board. We'd like to stress with the discussions of an increase in assessed contributions. During that process, we would like it to be clear on where that possible increase could be applied. And we would welcome your views as well. If you could speak to certain ideas that you have about narrowing down the priorities that you mentioned in your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, US. Any other delegations wish to speak? Don't believe I see any flags. Okay, if you'd like to comment, Imre, on any of those two comments.
Thank you very much. I'll be very quick. So first, I would like to thank Canada for reminding us that health is an investment. And actually, I was asked by my colleagues from Resource Mobilization to remind you that WHO has done a new investment case where there's a new analysis which presents that investing in WHO provides a return of at least $35 for every US dollar invested in WHO. And I have, you can find it also on the internet, but I also have some memory sticks with me. So if anybody is interested, I can share that with you. Secondly, I just would like to reassure everyone that accountability, compliance, and including also the whole area of PRSEH will continue to be a focus for the next program budget, and we will make sure that the required resources are going to go there. And lastly, both Canada and the US ask how would we use the new SS contribution. To be quite honest with you, there's a huge opportunity now, because if I want to be very honest, the way we're using assessed contribution currently is very much based on historic trends, because this is going to areas which have been underfunded for a long time, and they are funding the salaries of those staff who are working in those areas. But when we are talking about an increase, there we have a possibility to think a little bit out of the box. And I don't want to jump the gun, because there's still some discussions that need to be had in with our colleagues in headquarters. But one option would be to concentrate on a number of countries and basically try to use these investments in these countries. Definitely, there's a very strong commitment that the majority of that first increase, which is 200 million, if everything goes well in 24-25, should primarily go to strengthen country offices, and which elements of country offices, whether all country offices, and how to do that. I think there we will really need your guidance and advice, but we will come up with certain options and ideas, and then I think that's going to be an important discussion. But we don't have a very firm and ready plan yet. And we also have to see what are the priorities that are coming out from that whole prioritization exercise, and how can we bring together these two elements of strengthening country offices and at the same time making sure that the priorities are funded. Thank you.
Thank you for those additional comments. Madam Director, any comments?
Thank you, Mr. President, and let me thank Imre for coming and engaging with us, albeit short time. I just want to reiterate the position of member states for that they require engagement in the prioritization process, in defining allocation mechanisms, and they wanted to be to ensure transparency. And for all of this, we recognize that as member states of this region, that you have to maintain a certain level of engagement with the WHO Secretariat, and just to affirm that PAHO Secretariat will facilitate further discussions on this budget with WHO and our member states. But engagement is the key, engagement and advocacy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Director. To use my privilege as president to make a couple of additional comments, really to reflect what I think is a regional perspective on this. We have, of course, and Madam Director has made that point already this week about the importance of assessed contributions that all of us need to be providing in full and on time to PAHO. But there's also another assessed contribution issue, not the one about the agreement at the WHA this year that some have commented on, I think has already been addressed, this whole question of as that change happens over the next 10 years, that obviously consideration about regional allocations will be as part of that. But I also want to, in that same vein, think about the Secretary, the WHO, the Secretary, the Geneva contribution to regional offices. And I appreciate the chart that showed that there's an upward trend, and it looks significant on its own, but still represents 75% or less of what is supposed to be the allocation to this region. And I think we've made a point before of indicating that WHO Geneva should be providing its full allocation to AMRO. And we would like to see, as part of this ongoing conversation, thinking out of the box, that includes that kind of allocation or kind of commitment to continuing to increase. And then finally, one thing that hasn't really been mentioned, but I think is also going to be quite important, and that is the establishment of the Financial Intermediary Fund, and the reality that, along with the World Bank, the WHO will be an implementing agency. I took advantage for all of you to know of our executive board breakfast with Director General Tedros yesterday to indicate that as an implementing agency, it would be very important in the context of the investment strategy for the FIF that all member states have an opportunity, whether they're on the FIF governing board or not, to make thoughtful contributions to that investment strategy, thinking out of the box, to use your word, Emery, as a way to ensure that the financial availability that is here and now can be used in a way that is going to be supporting in our region, among others, a better country focus, a better equity lens, I think it would be fair to say as well, that can be brought to that investment strategy. So as we think through and as you think through the work with the region, it would be important to keep that consideration in mind as well. So appreciate that very much. Okay, so these discussions will be noted in the final report. And on that basis, thank you again, and we'll move on to our next item. 4.7, strategy on regional genomic surveillance for epidemic and pandemic preparedness and response. Document CSP 30/12. I invite Dr. Ciro Ugarte, Director of the Department of Health Emergencies at the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, and a very familiar face to us all, to come to the head table. Hi, Ciro. And our colleague from Suriname from the Executive Committee, if you could report on this item, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Strategy on regional genomic surveillance for epidemic and pandemic preparedness and response. The Executive Committee expressed support for the proposed strategy and acknowledged the benefit of genomic surveillance. The multi-sectorial One Health approach put forth in the strategy was also supported. Delegates considered the strategy would contribute to greater cooperation and synergy among countries, facilitate the detection of both existing and emerging pathogens, enable countries to better prepare for future health emergencies, and foster greater global health security. At the same time, it was considered important not to overlook opportunities to improve conventional and laboratory-based surveillance. The need to continue to prioritize genomic surveillance of influenza was stressed, as the influenza virus was considered the pathogen most likely to cause the next pandemic. It was pointed out that the strengthening existing capacity for surveillance of influenza and other pathogens during non-emergency situations would enhance overall preparedness for and capacity to respond to health emergencies and other security threats when they arose. Timely information sharing was also seen as key, and it was suggested that data sharing agreements should be prioritized as part of the proposed strategy. To ensure the sustainability of genomic surveillance initiative in the long term, it was considered important to promote collaboration among surveillance network and the sharing of protocols applicable to different pathogens. The Executive Committee adopted Resolution CE 170.R5, recommending that the Pan American Sanitary Conference approve the strategy on regional genomic surveillance for epidemic and pandemic preparedness and response. Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my report on this item.
Many thanks, Suriname. Ciro, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Director, distinguished member states, delegates, colleagues. I'm glad to introduce the conference agenda item 4.7, strategy on regional genomic surveillance for epidemic and pandemic preparedness and response. This strategy has been developed in close coordination and consultation with the member states. In recent years, new genomic sequencing and bioinformatic tools have allowed broader and timely application in rapid response to outbreaks and epidemics. Although PAHO has a long and rich history of regional cooperation in preparedness and response to health emergencies, the region of the Americas is at great risk for the emergence and re-emergence of pathogens with epidemic and pandemic potential, as has been demonstrated with the H1N1 pandemic in 2009 the chikungunya and Zika in 2015-2016, yellow fever in 2016 to 2019, Chaparral virus hemorrhagic fever in 2019, and during the COVID-19 pandemic, a hallmark of genomic surveillance has been the repeated emergence of viral lineages associated with significant public health impact, the so-called variants of concern or variants of interest. Beyond the COVID-19 pandemic, the region of the Americas remains at great risk of emergence and reemergence of epidemic and pandemic-prone pathogens, either from importation or as zoonotic spillover from autochthonous sources. In March 2020, the Pan American Sanitary Bureau spearheaded the creation of the COVID-19 Genomic Surveillance Network of the Americas, called COVIGEN. Now, at least 30 countries and territories contribute to this regional network, and more than 452,000 full genome sequences from Latin America and the Caribbean were uploaded to the global system, GISAID. The 4 lines of action of the strategy on regional genomic surveillance for epidemic and pandemic preparedness and response include the expansion and consolidation of a regional genomic surveillance network of public health, animal health, and environmental health laboratories. Strengthen technical capacity for genomic sequencing, including bioinformatics. Strengthen genomic data, reporting, and integration with public health systems, and build the capacity and define best practices for the use of genomic data in the response to outbreaks, epidemics, and pandemics, including mechanisms for intersectoral coordination and integration among public health, animal health, and environmental health surveillance teams. The conference is invited to review the information presented in this document, provide any comments it deems pertinent, and consider approving the proposed resolution presented in Annex A. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Cyril. So again, open to the floor for comments from delegations. I'll start with Costa Rica, followed by Argentina.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Costa Rica would like to thank the Secretariat for presenting the strategy on regional genomic surveillance for epidemic and pandemic preparedness and response. Within the framework of this strategy, it is essential to strengthen the mechanisms that would allow economic sustainability for the surveillance. The role of international organizations and national institutions in the obtention of funds is essential, most especially in those times in which the sudden increase in the number of cases calls for more assets, supplies, and human resources, much more than those available in health systems. In the same sense, we ought to look after continuous training and strengthening of national reference centers for adequate management of surveillance and networks of these events. This will enable us to see the strengthening of their capacities for timely communication of genomic data to decision makers. Costa Rica agrees with the need for multidisciplinary participation in providing attention to new pandemics or outbreaks where institutions related to the environment participate, animal health, human health, and food safety. In this regard, we ought to strengthen the role of national reference centers in order to consolidate the country information through timely information with multiple sectors. This approach with intersectoral mechanisms could take place at a country or regional level, taking into account the need for economic and human resources in national reference centers, so that the increase in the demand for sequencing analysis will not compete with the limited resources, since there would be a greater demand for supplies and reagents. In connection with the text, we would like to propose some inclusions to paragraph 22, 27, 31, and 34, which will be submitted in writing to the Secretariat. Thank you, sir.
Gracias, Costa Rica. This is a popular item. We have at least 15 members who want to speak on this. So Argentina, followed by Panama.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr. President. Argentina takes note of the document and welcomes this initiative, which responds to the initiative of several countries in the Americas. We stress the importance of managing with other networks in order to create sustainability of the long-term initiative in order to share protocols that are cross-cutting for different pathogens. Likewise, to consider the possibility of developing surveillance studies for the whole region with national and regional interest pathogens. Our country in different fora has expressed the need for a normative framework that would consider, besides the exchange of data on genomic sequencing and epidemiological and clinical data, the fair and equitable participation in the benefits derived from the utilization of these sequences and the exchange of pathogens in keeping with the discussions of the Nagoya Protocol and the Convention on Biological Diversity. We say that for developing countries, the participation in the benefits stemming from the use of said pathogens and their genomic sequences implies the possibility of getting better conditions of access to new treatments and diagnosis of vaccines, as is proven by the experience with the influenza virus and the SARS-CoV-2. Likewise, Argentina participated in the genomic surveillance network of COVID in the region of the Americas, as well as several other surveillance, genomic surveillance networks with different models for transfer of information, and some with even greater experience in the exchange of epidemiological information as pathogens of food transmission. Last but not least, we support the strategy and the 5 lines of action, in particular to expand, consolidate, and strengthen genomic surveillance for preparedness and response vis-a-vis pandemics and epidemics. Thank you, sir.
Gracias, Argentina. Panama, followed by Paraguay.
Muy buenas tardes, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. President. For Panama, this strategy of genomic surveillance is extremely interesting. Also important and has proven to be necessary. The usefulness and importance of this genomic surveillance was more than laid bare in the last months and years. In 2017, Panama started with genomic surveillance for resistance to HIV, as well as other viruses using the Santer methodology. After that, in 2017, we continued with the surveillance of arboviruses and respiratory viruses and sexually transmitted viruses using second-generation sequencing. The experience acquired has been useful in order to implement the genomic surveillance of SARS-CoV-2 starting in 2020. And thus, we've been able to follow up the variants that came up at a global level. In 2021, Panama was selected by PAHO as one of the 8 reference labs for genomic surveillance of SARS-CoV-2 in the region of the Americas. In keeping with the COVIHEN initiative, this enabled us to assist our brothers and sisters in Central America, the Caribbean, and South America in sequencing of circulating coronaviruses in their countries. Thanks to the support of SECOMICA, CDC, and PAHO, we were endowed with reagents, equipment, and training in sequencing and bioinformatic analysis in several countries. To date, Panama has developed over 6,000 sequences of SARS-CoV-2, and we continue with the genomic surveillance of arbovirus, monkeypox, and other respiratory viruses. Besides, with research projects, international research projects, we designed a multi-center study for the deliberation of emerging viruses from Brazil to Panama with a comprehensive approach under the concept of One Health. In this regard, the surveillance of animals, humans, and those died in areas of passing of migrants has become a priority in transit areas. Using multi-rapid PCRs and sequencing, we can detect new as well as old infectious agents that appear. With the support of the Japanese Agency for International Cooperation, JICA, we have decentralized genomic surveillance in the country. Currently, outside the capital city, we have the 3 genomic surveillance centers, one in the province of Darien on the border with Colombia, another one in the province of Chiriquí on the border with Costa Rica, and also obviously in the center of the country of the Gorga Institute. Besides, we've also built another branch in the central part of the country in the area of Divisa, which is the southern region. Last but not least, Panama participated on September 12th and 13th in Costa Rica in the meeting of coordination and planning genomic surveillance of SARS-CoV-2 of the Global Health Project. The purpose of the meeting with the Secomisca, CDC, and PAHO was precisely to assess the regional results of surveillance of SARS-CoV-2 and the strategies to expand efforts for genomic surveillance of other pathogens towards the future. So definitely, based on the actions taken as a country, Panama supports the strategy, the genomic surveillance, regional genomic surveillance for epidemic and pandemic preparedness and response in the strategy. Thank you, sir.
Gracias, Palma. Just a reminder to all delegations, you have 3 minutes. I try to give a bit of leniency, but if everybody pushes it, then we're here until midnight. So please try to keep your comments as brief as possible within the 3-minute time frame. Thank you. Paraguay, followed by Ecuador.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr. President. My delegation would like to express its gratitude for the presentation of this strategy that contains 4 clear and well-defined lines of action, which cover a 60-year period between 2020 and 2028, whose criteria and elements pointed out in the document coincide with those implemented in my country. Paraguay believes that it is extremely relevant to assess the lessons left by the pandemic, which ought to be transformed into actions that will lead to better preparedness and response of national health systems for future events, national and international events. In my country, said strategy will contribute initially to the attainment of expanding technical capacity of sequencing and strategic points. In that regard, in an effort to decentralize genomic sequencing underway, we have a pilot plan on a border area. On the other hand, my delegation is happy to see that in 2020, the regional network of genomic surveillance COVID-19 was created as a mechanism to strengthen the sequencing capacity of the labs, those participating in order to encourage countries to implement genomic surveillance as a routine. This initiative led Paraguay to obtain exponential growth due to the significant investment made in order to set up more than 20 labs for molecular biology as part of the network of labs that support genomic surveillance, thus renewing the commitment of my country to continue working for the benefit of public health. Aware of the need for creating sustainability for this surveillance and looking to strengthen the basic capacity of our labs recommended by the provisions of the IHR. My country wanted to develop capacities of genomic surveillance for other pathogens and agents with the potential of epidemics and pandemics through planning, where we will establish multi-sectoral working groups made up by public health labs, animal health, and environmental health that will greatly facilitate the early detection and follow-up of pathogen agents, existent and emerging pathogens, and therefore we approve this strategy. Thank you, sir.
Gracias, Paraguay. It'll be now Ecuador, followed by United States.
Gracias, señor. Thank you, Mr. President. Ecuador would like to thank this proposal for the approval of the strategy on regional genomic surveillance for epidemic and pandemic preparedness and response. And we express our support for the proposed resolution. In this proposed resolution, we should stress the need for strengthening the technical capacity for genomic sequencing and to ensure its sustainability during the times between outbreaks and epidemics through the investment and the funding of the infrastructure and the facilities, the equipment, the supplies, and the training and periodical update of the technical staff. In view of that, it is essential to have a technical cooperation provided to member states, promoting the exchange of experiences, expansion of laboratory networks in the region, and South-to-South cooperation. We believe that it is high time to say that Ecuador currently has the Reference Center, National Genomic Reference Center, sequencing and bioinformatics, and the country also has the physical infrastructure in order to respond to genomic surveillance events of pathogens, viruses, parasites, and bacteria. And with the professionals and specialized experts in sequencing and bioinformatics. By 2023, we've planned to begin genotypification of patients with resistance to antiretrovirals, analysis of genomic goals linked to child malnutrition factors and non-communicable diseases. However, to have the technical cooperation of the organization and the active participation in laboratory networks will enable us to strengthen management in genomic surveillance. Last but not least, Mr. President, I ratify our commitment with the regional strategy for genomic surveillance, and I'd like to urge all in each one of the member states to work together and jointly for the benefit of public health and for the response to outbreaks of diseases and epidemics.
Gracias, Ecuador, United States, followed by Bahamas.
Thank you, Mr. President. The United States shares our thanks to the Pan American Health Organization for the report detailing the strategy on regional genomic surveillance for epidemic and pandemic preparedness and response, and of course, for the coinciding resolution. We greatly welcome this timely strategy and wish to highlight the commitment and work on genomic surveillance in the Americas region by the PAHO leadership and its staff. The global attention on epidemic and pandemic preparedness must remain a priority for us all. And with this in mind, we support the 4 lines of action as detailed in the strategy on expanding and strengthening a regional genomic surveillance network and strengthening genomics sequencing capacities, all with outbreak and response in mind. We want to emphasize, of course, the importance of building off of influenza and SARS genomic surveillance activities to strengthen overall cross-cutting capacities. This will allow us to improve and support broader global preparedness and response capacities and which are linked to health security threats. The United States looks forward to continue working together as a region on this key issue. Thank you very much.
Thanks, US. Bahamas, followed by Suriname.
Thank you, Mr. President. The relatively recent advent of DNA sequencing technology has heralded new possibilities in infectious disease monitoring and containment. Tracking of viral evolution enables predictive action, retroactive public health analysis, and targeted pharmacological and vaccine intervention. Being a small island developing state, the Bahamas has challenges with technology transfer and implementation. This is mostly related to considerations around cost and cost effectiveness. However, currently, the Ministry of Health and Wellness National Reference Lab is being supported by PAHO to implement next generation sequencing in country. This platform will initially support COVID-19 genomic surveillance, but is intended to form the basis for the broader national pathogen genomic surveillance framework, including HIV, influenza, and other pathogen species. NRL staff were trained in the procedures and analysis related to genomic surveillance in 2022. And we are aiming to implement in-country genomic surveillance for respiratory diseases starting in 2023. In the context of globalization, rapid travel and potential spread of pathogens throughout the world, small island developing states like the Bahamas must use their scarce resources to implement smart public health policy. In this regard, genomic surveillance is an important strategy in our archipelagic context, offering retrospective analysis and, even more promising, the potential for real-time analysis of pathogen evolution and transmission within our territory. This, of course, supports creation of data-informed health policy and enables rapid public health interventions, limiting epidemic spread, thereby saving lives. Mr. President, the Bahamas supports the resolution contained in document CSP 3012E, expressing gratitude to PAHO for its ongoing support. We await the proposed governance modalities and look forward to strengthened supply chains for equipment, reagents, and other laboratory products with strategic procurement and distribution of supplies. Thank you.
Thank you, Bahamas. Suriname, followed by Jamaica.
Thank you, Mr. President. The use of shared information on genetic sequencing of emerging and re-emerging pathogens of public health concern are of relevance to Suriname, as this contributes to the development of information to facilitate the management of epidemics and the development of health technologies, for example, vaccines for the prevention and control. The 4 strategic lines of action will therefore provide an important guidance for the country regarding its role and responsibility in collaborating with the global public health environment. For Suriname, it is especially important to enable sequencing in the country itself, as sample shipment out of country has proven to be very difficult, if not impossible, taking into account the necessary biosafety regulations for sample shipment of infectious biological material. The Central Laboratory is a designated National Influenza Center, and efforts are being made to strengthen and improve surveillance for respiratory pathogens. With the implementation of genomic surveillance in Suriname, the Central Laboratory can timely monitor and analyze the genetic similarities and differences of pathogens and respond effectively to catastrophic outbreaks with adverse consequences that we have seen during the COVID-19 pandemic. When funding is generated, we need to consider the purchase of a sequencer, as well as other laboratory equipment and supplies. Apart from aforementioned, human resources and training are requirement. Mr. President, therefore Suriname supports the approval of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Jamaica, followed by Honduras.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we are grateful for this opportunity to provide our input to the item under discussion. Jamaica wishes to commend the Pan American Health Organization Secretariat for proposing such a timely and comprehensive regional strategy to address epidemic and pandemic genome sequence, surveillance, preparedness, and response. Through the support of PAHO and other partners, Jamaica now has the ability to perform in-country genome sequencing and has an improved and integrated respiratory surveillance data management platform. We wish to publicly register our appreciation for this timely support. At this critical juncture, Jamaica wishes to solicit PAHO's continued assistance towards further capacity building. Technical support in areas such as bioinformatics and metadata management would also be appreciated. In addition, Jamaica requests that while proceeding forward in the context of regional cooperation within the COVID-GENO network, and as part of the proposed strategic planning, that there be the inclusion of more specialists for all regions, including the English-speaking territories, to complement the representatives from other regions currently represented within the network. In conclusion, Jamaica fully endorses the resolution tabled in support of this agenda item. Thank you.
Many thanks. Honduras and then Chile.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Honduras agrees with the document, the strategy on regional genomic surveillance for epidemic and pandemic preparedness and response. In view of the current situation at a global level on health, and in particular in our country, it is necessary to enforce the strategy in order to strengthen the national public health laboratory. This strategy shall promote an intersectoral integrated approach for diagnosis, prevention, response, and the control of existent pathogen agents as well as emerging pathogens with a potential for epidemic and pandemics. Genomic data ought to be reported on a timely basis through repositories of validated sequencing. We ought to continue the dissemination of agreements of international access and participation of the benefits, and also all related training, metadata on population information, epidemiological and clinical information of patients whose specimens and samples have been collected ought to become an integrated component of reporting, because this information provides the context of genomic data. The data ought to be fully used through phytodynamic advanced methods in order to understand the evolution, the diversity, the transmission patterns, and the clinical and epidemiological impact of agents, emerging pathogen agents, at the same time that we protect confidentiality in keeping with national and international provisions. Because of all of the above, we kindly ask the Pan American Sanitary Conference, taking into account the needs for support of all member states, emphasizing the most vulnerable countries. In connection with the proposed resolution, Honduras does not have any objection. That is also. Thank you.
Gracias. Chile, followed by Bolivia.
Señor Presidente.
Mr. President, Chile is a country that has prepared and stepped up its capacities for genomic surveillance. From the very beginning of the pandemic, we developed and implemented genomic surveillance, which enabled us to characterize the first cases in Chile, and also trained countries in the region in genomic sequencing and bioinformatic analysis of SARS-CoV-2. This surveillance enabled us to detect at an early time in the country the first cases of variants of concern, variants of interest, and the current lineages of the Omicron variant that is being followed. Chile, through the genomic surveillance project of SARS-CoV-2, which began in April 2021, established the guidelines for the development of this component in order to deal with the pandemic, with the purpose of identifying early the introduction of new variants, determine geographic and temporary spread of emerging variants, estimate the potential impact of new variants in the disease, and to learn about the prevalence of these variants. Chile has moved forward in coordination with our reference lab in order to become one of the countries that has the most complete genomes of SARS-CoV-2 that have been shared, showing the evolution of the lineages available in GSI. We've increased the capacity of genomic surveillance of SARS-CoV-2 since mid-2021 through the strengthening of the capacities in the reference lab and the collaboration with academic, public, and private institutions. Besides, we added value to the information of those cases sequenced. We contribute with epidemiological data in order to characterize the cases of the circulating variants, periodically verifying the indicators of severity for the detection of changes linked to present variants, and contributing with information in order to estimate the effectiveness and the efficacy of vaccines depending on the time of the pandemic. We continue moving forward on governance and leadership in genomic surveillance with the Public Health Institute in Chile and our ministry, and also the analysis of epidemiological data, which enable us to learn about the impact of the different pandemic waves of COVID-19 and other epidemics such as flu and monkeypox. Last but not least, to let you know that Chile supports the resolution, and we agree with this stipulated in that resolution. Thank you, sir.
Gracias. Bolivia, then UK.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. We would like to thank you. We accept and we understand the importance of the strategy proposed. One of the greatest challenges for mankind undoubtedly has been the onset and the emergence of the COVID-19 pandemic. Within this framework and over time, several mutations of the virus have been created, and consequently, it becomes a challenge to develop updated information regarding containment measures all over the world. In Bolivia, starting with the emergence of the first positive case of COVID-19 in March 2020, the information regarding mutations and genetic variations has become a matter of concern and of interest to the government. Towards the end of the 2020 activity, once the democratically elected government took over, we reinstated communication links with Argentina and Brazil, the countries of the region that have cooperated in developing information about the behavior of coronavirus in our territory. Regrettably, the data were delayed in the understanding that each country, as is logical, essentially tilted its diagnosis and its effort to that which was happening on their own territory. It is within that context that in September 2022, after a long effort made by the national government, the first report on sequencing of SARS-CoV-2 was issued, performed in Bolivia, the National Institute of Health Labs. And this had the validation regarding its quality control. We have identified in the country through ILASA as internal sequencing lab that is acknowledged in the COVIDGen network in the region of the Americas, which belongs to the Pan American Health Organization. We have foreseen also to carry out genomic sequencing of human pathogen agents and zoonotic agents, which are the object of studies in our country because of climate change and human settlements in wildlife areas, especially in the Amazon area, where the threat of an outbreak of an epidemic or pandemic is latent, so that we can thus exercise epidemiological surveillance that is timely and efficient through laboratory techniques such as genomic surveillance and sequencing. Besides reporting these data, as well as bioinformatic data for integration and coordination with surveillance teams for public health in order to develop timely information, decision-making, and development of public policies. Thank you, sir.
Gracias. UK followed by Canada.
Thank you, Mr. President. The UK welcomes the prompt development of this strategy and your report and the resolution. Delivering integrated surveillance systems that operate at all levels, global, regional, national, and local, are essential as we strengthen the global health security architecture. We particularly welcome the acknowledgement of the importance of One Health, as Panama and others have spoken on. 60% of emerging infectious diseases are zoonoses transmitting from animals to humans. Ensuring that surveillance embeds a One Health approach across all sectors, human, animal, environmental, is especially important. We are very grateful for all the different examples of what different member states have been saying today. And as the Bahamas said, actually, with small island states, it is really, really important, as in larger countries. It's vital that we can build surveillance everywhere, and we're grateful for the role that PAHO is playing. Integrating regional mechanisms into global systems will also be important. In this context, we hope that countries in the region will support the development of the international pathogen surveillance networks. Experts from the region have been involved in development of the IPSN conceptual approach. Led by WHO, the focus is now moving to easily tangible deliverables, notably a community of practice on data, to work on delivering an increase in the quality and consistency of data, the effectiveness of its use, and the willingness to share, as well as a country accelerator to improve the effectiveness and efficiency of country capacity building efforts. Embedded within the WHO Hub for Pandemic and Epidemic Intelligence, we believe the IPSN has the potential to become a global network, bringing together pathogen genomic actors to improve public health decision-making. And we can see how the brilliant work of this region can then complement brilliant work in other regions together. It will be essential to ensure, therefore, the implementation of the regional strategy aligns with that global initiative, such as the IPSN. I very much have confidence that already is the case, but look forward to hearing more on that joint work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Canada and then Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. President. The critical role of genomic surveillance in strong epidemic and pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response efforts cannot be understated, and Canada recognizes the need for robust global, regional, and local capabilities to test, sequence, analyze, and act on evolving pathogens. This has only been further underscored during the pandemic, where genomic surveillance has been instrumental in timely identification of virus variants with important public health consequences. This pandemic has also demonstrated the importance of genomic surveillance in the development of new vaccines and therapeutics. As such, Canada strongly supports PAHO's efforts to facilitate the consolidation of regional advances in genomic surveillance achieved to date and extend them within the general framework for preparedness and response to other emerging and existing pathogens with epidemic and pandemic potential. Further, we support a multi-sectoral One Health approach to integrate disease prevention, detection, surveillance, and response. The work proposed as part of the strategy aligns with efforts planned or already underway in Canada and creates opportunities for synergy of action and avoidance of divergent, siloed national solutions, especially relating to data sharing. In this regard, Canada believes that data sharing agreements should be prioritized as part of the strategy, with a provision in those agreements to respect and recognize the originator of data shared between partners to ensure rapid sharing of data without administrative delays to establish case-by-case agreements. We also strongly agree with the importance of sustainability outlined in the strategy, noting that it will be critical to consider how core capacity is maintained and strengthened during non-emergency situations that can then be leveraged in the event of a public health emergency. Canada applauds the Secretariat for their efforts in this critical area and is committed to support partners' adoption of genomics within their own public health environment in ways that establish a network approach for effective surveillance. This strategy will undoubtedly build a pathway for more prepared and resilient health systems and thus better health outcomes for the region. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Brazil, then Dominican Republic.
Muito obrigada, senhor presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Brazil wants to begin by expressing our thanks to Dr. Ciro Ugarte for his presentation and also to offer kudos for this regional genomic surveillance for epidemic and pandemic preparedness and response, as we have been hearing at 770.5. In the present context, we very much support the proposals that are being offered to strengthen the genomic surveillance technique, and especially looking forward to future emergencies. We have seen with this past pandemic that these genomic surveillance services are the very basis of a prompt public response, and that is why they have to become more effective, more comprehensive, more equitable, and in every respect, stronger. We hope then that as we are doing, where he have actually invested in Brazil 1.5 billion reais to structure and to better buttress our genomic surveillance in the country, very much also boosting the preparedness of all of our laboratories throughout the country, particularly those that are, say, at the borders, and others that look into the research in outbreaks, monitoring, broadening the capacity for the genomic sequencing for Brazil. And beyond that, we believe that the Ministry of Health, in its partnership with PAHO, can certainly go on doing the best it can to be sure that we maintain the efforts that we have been deploying as we look to broaden the genomic studies and arboviruses among others. We believe that all of this is going to help us position us better to face whatever lies ahead, any future outbreaks. And the genetic sequencing, as we know, is also, of course, looking to boost the present gaps and to look for diagnosis, not so much the characterization of samples, but what we need to look more carefully at the complex cases that are no doubt ahead. You may be certain that Brazil remains absolutely committed to this and to support the role of PAHO in the region, offering everything we can to promote genomic surveillance and qualified personnel who will be there for us as we look forward to what lies ahead. Thanks very much.
Obrigado, Dominican Republic, then Cuba.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, President. As to the strategy on regional genomic surveillance, we thank very much PAHO for all that it has done to help us really forge ahead in this area, particularly in regard to COVID-19. We also share the need to broaden and consolidate this network in order to be best prepared to what's ahead beyond SARS-CoV-2. We also are very conscious of the fact that we need to remember other endemic viruses like dengue and other arboviruses, and also to look to infectious agencies like tuberculosis and malaria that are sometimes drug resistant. We also are looking at the pathogenic agents that can multiply and that we can better tackle through genomic techniques. It's important likewise to establish links through this genomic surveillance and acute health emergencies. That means that in our present lab networks, we need to focus on present diseases, both regionally and worldwide, but along with that, a commitment to make very sure that we boost the biosecurity capacity of our labs, with priority being paid to coordination at the regional level. We equally believe that we need to have timely updating of these validated genomic surveillance sequencing. This means, of course, that we have to do better in terms of coordination and follow-up. We've got to look at transportation, sequencing, and the exchange of data. Need to do better in each of these areas, as well as the necessary to keep supporting the countries of this region to boost the training of personnel and surveillance protocols. This is what will lead us keep a very broad, integrated approach throughout the region so that we're in a better position to better control or manage any outbreaks. So we totally agree with this resolution. Thank you.
Gracias. We now have just three more: Cuba, then Venezuela, and then France.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mr. President. Genomic surveillance is a very useful and broadly used tool today. It allows us to spot emerging pathogens, and we've seen with COVID-19 clearly that our health systems need this kind of genomic surveillance to hop on risk as quickly as possible. We've been doing this since 2009, focusing on subtypes of HIV and antiretroviral resistance through this type of sequencing. We have other studies in sequencing as well, to look at other infectious agents that are important, but less so influenza, dengue, and Zika, to name but these. As of the first cases of COVID-19, we immediately decided to use genomic surveillance to try to identify the SARS-CoV-2 presence in our territory. We've studied about 2,000 samples that reflect about 18 different variants, but we have seen that our sequencing can only be done partially in terms of the genome because of limitations that our technology still faces. We have a new generation of sequencer, NES, that'll probably boost our capacity to achieve better sequencing in our country. That means we're going to have to do better, train more people, and have all kinds of informatics also updated. We need to be sure that our work can be kept up. The genomic surveillance that we're looking at, we think, will allow us to better integrate our efforts at the regional level to buttress our present capacity, spot new obstacles, and make better use of all of this type of tools throughout the world, not just regionally. Thank you, sir.
Gracias, Venezuela.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. Thank you. Venezuela very much supports this resolution inasmuch as we fully agree with the mission that we have adopted as a country, which is set forth in all of the components in the document. We have two institutions, the Venezuelan Institute of Scientific Research and the National Institute for Hygiene, that uses the massive genomic surveillance. But I must say, we have encountered a number of problems in what is in our reactive agents and what can be consumed. And so we believe that PAHO's help has been very useful in that regard. The country, in any event, is very well aware of how important it is to follow the data and integrate these in terms of our public health system. But both institutions that we have that I just mentioned carry out their research through the ESAI database. But we do notice that we've got to do better in terms of processing our samples and also do better in terms of our intersectoral integration with our public health teams, as well as the zoonotic teams and the environmental teams. We're trying to do better in terms of coordinating all these efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. France and Dominica is asked for the floor as well. So France first, please.
I thank you, Mr. President. France takes very good note of the report that has been shared here and shares its conclusions. We have very much supported this strategy on regional genomic surveillance for the Americas and indeed for the world at large. France is collaborating very closely through its Institut Pasteur network. And while it is mentioned as one of the key partners in the document, we also want to note that we have particularly worked in the Americas with the Institut Pasteur, where since 1919-1920 or 2019-2020, much financing has been offered, particularly around Zika, yellow fever, chikungunya, and dengue, and as of 2020, became one of the main centers of the genomic surveillance for the region through SARS-CoV-2. So we have been following all of this very closely, and certainly France supports the proposed resolution on the subject. Thank you, sir.
Merci, La France. Dominica, and by the way, Dominica coming in this late means, Madam Director, I won't be able to turn to you for your comments, just so you know. I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
Mr. President, Dominica supports the resolution for regional genomic surveillance for epidemic and pandemic preparedness and response. We fully recognize the significance of genomic sequencing, which is of utmost importance for effective surveillance. We also appreciate the efforts for improving in-country as well as regional capacity and the continued sharing of data and reporting in this regard. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Director, you get a chance. So Ciro, basically the entire region has views. And over to you to summarize your comments and response.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank the 20 member states that provided comments. And particularly, there are areas where the strategy has emphasized, and you also mentioned, the sustainability and the cost effectiveness, and the collaboration among member states is crucial for us. And regarding the exchange and the relation with the global strategy, I would like to emphasize that we do have a close collaboration with them, but we began this process before the global level. And actually, COVIGEN was established early in the process of COVID-19, and the benefits are for COVID-19 and beyond. And in that regards, we would like to thank from the Secretariat's perspective to Argentina, Brazil, Canada, the United States, Mexico, Panama, and other countries that not only provided the venues for training, but also they share their experience, their experts, and we continue building on those capacities. And those capacities that existed in the region now are in a way that we can exchange the information. We can also implement the surveillance at the regional level, and providing also the world with new information, key information for this emergency and new emergencies. And also to emphasize this link with One Health. Human, animal, environmental surveillance is crucial for us. And building the capacity of the countries, particularly on the sequencing in country capacity, is one of the biggest progress in any region in the world. We do have more than 30 countries that do have that capacity in our region. And the benefits of sharing that information is part of the continuous collaboration that we had at the global level. And clearly, this impact has a big impact on the security and safety of our region. In that regards, I would like also to provide a comment on the suggestion of Costa Rica. Costa Rica, sus comentarios sobre...
Your comments, Costa Rica, on the content of the strategy itself are certainly welcome. Thank you. And by the way, I think they could well be implemented, or at the very least considered and likely implemented as we look at this project. I take it there is no suggestion for change to the resolution, but this strategy is a live strategy, because as it becomes implemented, we can tweak it as we go. We can strengthen it as we work, and all of your comments have certainly been in line, as well as others, in the way we want to go. Thank you. Thank you, President.
Thanks, Cheryl. Madam Director.
Thank you, Mr. President. I take the floor mainly to compliment our member states. We have capacity or access to genomic surveillance in all of the countries of this region. And I really do want to express our thanks to Canada, to the US government, both through the Congress allocation, plus CDC, Wellcome Trust, Germany and France through WHO, and the Rockefeller Foundation, among others. It is all well and good to have genomic surveillance. If we don't test, then we don't have surveillance. What we are seeing that less countries are testing in connection with COVID-19. So if you have surveillance, you need to test, and we need to have timely reporting and exchange of data, and certainly within the whole concept of enhancing preparedness and response. Let me thank member states for their interest and commitment to this. Thanks.
Hey, thanks, Madam Director. I'm excited, actually. I was trying to imagine this conversation pre-pandemic, and I'm not sure it would have been as comprehensive or as lively, or as many member states committing themselves in this area. I mean, the whole connection between national, regional, and global surveillance is so critical. And in particular, it's not just that connection, but it's the integration between the national, regional, and global levels, the integration of information sharing, transparency, which will be so crucial to the success of our regional, not our global, not just regional community being successful. And I was also appreciative of the very many delegations that refer to One Health and how we had to think about it from a One Health perspective. This is increasingly important as well. So we have a resolution, I think, as colleagues know, and I'm going to ask the rapporteur to read the significant resolution that we have on this matter.
Gracias, señor presidente. Thank you, Mr. President. Proposed resolution, strategy on regional genomic surveillance for epidemic and pandemic preparedness and response. The 30th Pan American Sanitary Conference, preamble paragraph 1. Having reviewed the strategy on regional genomic surveillance for epidemic and pandemic preparedness and response document CSP 30/12, PP2, considering the social and economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as previous epidemics in the region of the Americas linked to socioeconomic inequities, PP3, considering that the region of the Americas is at great risk for the emergence and reemergence of pathogens with epidemic and pandemic potential due to its ecological diversity, increased urbanization, and other changes in human settlement and the intense movement of people. PP4, recognizing the need for enhanced multidisciplinary and intersectoral approaches in the preparedness and response to pathogens with pandemic and epidemic potential, including at the human-animal environment interface. PP5, acknowledging the key contribution of genomic surveillance in the response to the COVID-19 pandemic and the role that genomic surveillance will likely play in future health emergencies, resolves. Operational paragraph 1. To approve the strategy on regional genomic surveillance for epidemic and pandemic preparedness and response document CSP 30/12. OP2, to urge all member states, considering their context, needs, vulnerabilities, and priorities, to A, contribute to the expansion and consolidation of a regional genomic surveillance network of public health, animal health, and environmental health laboratories for early detection and monitoring of emerging and existing pathogens of potential public health concern, including at the human-animal environment interface and, where appropriate, to the establishment of national networks. Subparagraph B, strengthen technical capacity for genomic sequencing, including in bioinformatics, and assure its sustainability in periods between outbreaks and epidemics through investment and funding for infrastructures and facilities, equipment, supplies, and personnel. Subparagraph C, assure timely reporting of genomic data through validated sequence repositories and their integration with public health systems, including strengthened communication and integration of information among national, public, animal, wildlife, and environmental health laboratories. Subparagraph D, build capacities and participate in the definition of regional best practices for the use of genomic data in response to outbreaks, epidemics, and pandemics, including mechanisms for intersectoral coordination and integration among public, animal, and environmental health surveillance teams. Operative paragraph 3, to request the director to, subparagraph A, provide technical cooperation to member states to strengthen technical and managerial capacities that contribute to implementation of the strategy and achievement of its lines of action. So paragraph B, propose governance modalities for a regional genomic surveillance network for epidemic and pandemic preparedness and response, including the role of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau as its secretariat. C, support the planning, establishment, and strengthening of supply chains for equipment, reagents, and other laboratory products during inter-epidemic periods, including strategic procurement and distribution of supplies during the initial phases of the strategy and during health emergencies. Paragraph D, urge the international donor community to increase its financial assistance to strengthen country programs for health emergency prevention, mitigation, and preparedness, thus increasing the health sector's resilience. Paragraph E, report periodically to the governing bodies of the Pan American Health Organization on the progress made and challenges faced in the implementation of this strategy, with a midterm report in 2026 and a final report in 2029. There you have the draft proposed resolution proposed. Thank you.
Gracias, Madame Rapporteur. Señorita, I should say. And like just to see if everyone agrees. Maybe we need to make, Madam Director, an amendment for all resolutions to so we say the current and future director of PAHO. So I declare the resolution adopted. Right, colleagues, given the time, we'll likely only get to one more item before we will break for the day. Item 4.8, which I believe is the item that was requested earlier this week to be added to our agenda. Keeping the region of the Americas free of polio. Document CSP 30/19. I invite, many thanks, Ciro. I invite Dr. Luis Andres de Francisco Serpa, the Director of the Department of Family Health Promotion and Life Course of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the table. Floor is yours.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Madam Director, colleagues.
Es importante recordar.
It is important to bear in mind that polio outbreaks can take place because of reintroduction of wild poliovirus type 1 or circulating virus, CDPV, or because of a probability of the reemergence of a BDPV as a consequence of the low coverages of vaccination in a repetitive fashion in several places in our region. And it is due to the fact that the risk of polio reemerging, whose elimination of its circulation was achieved in the Americas in 1994. We've witnessed concerning phenomena, amongst which we can list the sustained reduction of vaccination coverage, accelerated in the last 2 years of the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, which has brought about a lag of 27 years in the region, currently with a coverage for the third dose of polio in 79%, when the coverage, the recommended coverage is 95% or more. We also see a drop in the quality of surveillance of acute flaccid paralysis, with a reporting level under the level recommended 1 per 100,000 of people under the age of 15. And the detection of one case of polio in a 20-year-old adult in the county of Rockland, New York, and the detection of one polio vaccine in residual and wastewater samples in 3 different counties in that state. And that shows the presence of a circulating virus, OCVDPV, which is circulating vaccine-derived poliovirus. And these polioviruses are genetically related
poliovirus encontrado
to those poliovirus that were recently found in London, the UK, and Jerusalem, in Israel. The facts described are drawing our attention in order to act promptly and energetically with the purpose of making sure that our vaccination coverage and surveillance will be recovered. And thus to be able to close these windows that have opened up in recent years to this very dangerous virus for children, but also for unvaccinated adults. This is the right time to go back to our path and keep the region polio-free. We ought to join efforts to go back to claiming our Pan-Americanism and to act immediately. We invite the conference to consider the possibility of approving the proposed resolution. Thank you very much.
Many thanks for that. So can I open the floor for any comments from delegations on this matter, on the resolution? I recognize the United States of America.
Thank you, Chair. And I would like to thank the Brazil for bringing this very important topic to the meeting. We are trying to absorb the report and also the resolution itself. And if we could just ask the indulgence of the body for overnight to be able to really fully take on the resolution text. Thank you.
Many thanks, United States. We'll come back to address that specific point once others have intervened, if any others wish to intervene. Any other colleagues? Bahamas, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I endorse the comment by the US. I think a little more time will give us the opportunity to review the document that was presented with the proposed resolution. Over.
Any other comments? I see Chile. Chile, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Our delegation would also join others in supporting the motion put forth by the US so that we can defer consideration of this resolution. Give us some more time. Thank you, sir.
Canada, are you going to say the same thing? Okay. We'll take that as a given. Any other comments? So I think there's probably consensus that that we do that. Is that acceptable to the Secretariat? Madam Director, do you want to comment?
No, I hear member states, and I think this is a really important agenda item. I would recommend us taking an early break and revisiting this tomorrow. But I really want us to give importance to this agenda item. We in the Secretariat have already constituted polio as an emergency. So we have declared an internal emergency in PAHO because of the seriousness of the threat. Some of our countries are high-risk threats. The last thing we want to see is a polio outbreak in the Americas. And one case is an outbreak, so we already have an outbreak in the Americas. So, Mr. President, I would seek your indulgence to postpone this agenda item to tomorrow So to give our member states more time to address what is a very important agenda item. Thank you.
So ordered. We will take up this item tomorrow afternoon. So that I think should give sufficient time to delegations to be able to review the resolution and be ready to provide comments at that time. So I think you'll all be happy to hear me say that that's it. Let's just finish for today. But we'll have a very busy day tomorrow. So I want to indicate to you the plan for tomorrow. We're going to start in the morning, 9 o'clock, as sharp as possible, please. 5.3, followed by 5.4, followed by 5.5. Yes, we can sometimes follow things in order of number. Then, that ends there. We revert back to 4.6. Then we'll hopefully be able to take a bit of a health break at that time. We'll continue later in the morning with 8.1 and 8.4. We also have 8.5 and 8.6 on our list. There's always the hopeful if time permits line there. We will break for lunch at 12:30. I'm going to propose, if members agree, there is, I think, over the lunch period, a regional consultation on the intergovernmental negotiating body, a very important meeting. But we would hope that meeting would be finished just before 1400 to 2 p.m. And I would like to resume right at 2 p.m. so that we can continue with our discussions and issues up until the end of the day. And then hopefully we'll be in good shape for Friday morning. So that's the list. Hopefully everybody agrees. Thank you so much for your time and efforts today. And we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow morning. We're adjourned for the day.